debt workout strategy.
Let me break down this divestment thing, plain and simple. She say government have no place in business. That mean all state enterprises will no longer be under the government. WASA, Tiontech, NP, Port Authority, just to name a few.
We will transform the remaining state enterprises to publicly owned companies.
So who all you feel will be in charge of these companies? Their financiers, tens of thousands of workers will be sent home. Who you feel is the first to go home?
The first thing private companies will do is get rid of all the workers and shut down everything and bring in who they want. And I guarantee you it ain't gonna be us.
It's job loss after job loss. When the Kamla cabal get their dirty hands on a company like Tiontech, Lord knows what we will have to pay for electricity. That is mad people thing. So that is why we come in with this paid political announcement. And on the 28th of April, protect your jobs. We vote in PNM. PNM, PNM, PNM. Open all your eyes this election. All your big and all your sense. UNC promising the world.
I have heard the UNC saying that they will pay public servants 10 to 14% back pay, which will cost us over $6 billion in back pay.
Kamla, let we be real. Where you getting the money from?
Blah, 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 blah. We have the plans.
And it will cost over $1 billion a year. So that's $7 billion with no revenue.
Every expert saying we can't afford it. So asking one last time, Kamla, where you getting that money from?
Blah, 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 blah. We have the plans.
You put that bunch of corrupt kleptocrats in office, and the one thing you're guaranteed to get is a devaluation of the currency of Trinidad and Tobago.
We only have one choice because we big and have sense. We red and we ready.
Red is the PNM and we shall prevail.
Tobago, are you ready?
Yes, PNM.
Of course we paid for that political announcement because we have to be responsible.
Customer service in the public service is going to get focused. All of our citizens who need to go into a government office and you need to line up and you need to ask for your birth certificate, or you need to pay a bill, or you need to get a grant, or you need to get access to disability grants, or you need to go and register for your pension, we as the next government are going to focus heavily on customer service. We must allow our citizens, when you walk in, you get treated with kindness, you get treated with respect, you get treated with a more helpful attitude. We've started the digitization. That is going to make it a lot easier. So get ready under me that I want everything achieved. Because then they can't tell you, I'll lose your file. They can't ask you, well, what's your name and address? It will all be there.
New chapter for TNT. We're red, ready, and responsible. Vote PNM. Great is the PNM.
The PNM is red, ready, and responsible. A fresh approach to housing with we boys Theoti is land for so in the manifesto.
3,000 lots and provide the infrastructure, the electricity connections, the water connections, and the house plans for young people as first-time owners to purchase and to build their own houses.
And that is not all.
We will provide you with the plans and you will build your own house for your family, a 2-bedroom or 3-bedroom to start.
It's PNM, innovation in education.
Introduce a free on-demand learning platform called EduFlix, where our children now can look on their tablets, look on your phones, and get their lessons in an easy to understand format.
Now that is performance. PNM Manifesto, a plan with land you could build on. Free private lessons, improvement that deserves a paid political announcement. Vote PNM.
Being a man from South, I fully understand the need for us to engage those in farming and food production.
We all go through this process of having to register as farmers, and I have gone through it myself, where we have to go and physically fill out a form, bring in our documents, have someone do the visit, and verify all of this information. Now, as we speak, there's an app for this. It has been fully digitized, and I see a plan to actually look at the individual circumstances of farmers and create a tiered registration system, which is excellent. Farmers of various scales, capabilities, and utilizing technology like hydroponics could actually benefit now.
The initiative with respect to transforming that port in Nabri to include agro-processing, to be a center of excellence for export and trade in that, is something that's going to transform Southwest Trinidad and Tobago. And Southwest Trinidad will show the rest of the country and the world via this initiative, in this manifesto, that we will contribute more than oil and gas in this bold new chapter for Trinidad and Tobago.
A new chapter for TNT. We're red, ready, and responsible. Vote PNM. Great is the PNM.
When I retired, my pension was $1,000 from NIA.
You might have seen this ad many times before, but it doesn't tell the whole truth. Firstly, the caption says Senior Citizens Grant, and he speaks about NIS pension. It's not the same thing, but let's deal with both. The PNM raised NIS pensions in 2008 from $1,000 to $2,000 and raised the senior citizens pensions in 2010 to $2,500. The UNC promised in their manifesto to raise pensions to $3,000 if elected, but when it was time to keep their promise at the end of 2010, they lied, saying it was a misprint, saying they never made that promise. And only after months and months of your national outcry did they finally increase the NIS pension in 2012. This is what the UNC does. They manipulate and lie to you for power. On April 28th, vote for truth. Vote PNM.
Yeah, man, a Sean Star. I'm there to represent for Terence Dale Singh. I don't know them on the response to the PNM party, you know. Kick it like a ball now. Terence.
Blessings, my name is Daniel Dimasi, Quincy Cox, Michael George, Gideon Codner, Gary Wan, Joshua Villafana, Elwin Farmerton, Joseph at the moment, Corey Drive, Chamflet, Spring Valley, the constituency of Moruga St. Joseph. And as you can see right now, most of all our projects is mostly like retaining walls. We had a lot of landslips in the community, so toilets and baths, you know, we did some tank stand and stuff like that, you know, so little upliftment projects that would have improved living in the community. Build little bathrooms, say a bathroom and toilet, little retaining walls to keep mudslides because we're on the side of the mountain from happening.
Well, we have some box train going on here right now at the moment. Before this box train started, you know, well, for the past years, it's pain people filling with water. Everything from the priority bus route and high up just comes straight off. And nearly how much rain is certain parts of the area. This will be a big plus to plenty people. They will benefit from it.
Well, we're doing on the road with our wall going up right now. Quite a lot of water be coming down here, channeling. So this wall here, in the past slip a drain on the side. This wall will make sure that water channel back into a drain lower down there. So it really benefiting the people who live in really lower down with all that water moving forward. So for instance, this one right here to my left was before the railings used to come straight down and the residents would have to put the bulk items like old fridge and stuff over the railings. So what we do, we eliminate that, we cut the railings, we extend the base so that the items will be rest in this area, so it'll be easier for the guys on the truck to collect and remove of it. Also we have on Paul Trace, we're going to start, that's high up the road, we're going to start a project where a resident don't have a stairs to go home, so we're going to do the stairs. And also we have some residents affected by a bridge. It have no bridge, they're walking over a little piece of iron. We're also going to do a bridge there.
I can't say exact number, but there's about 5 families, so little projects like the stairs just to come down simple as that would be a big improvement, because we wouldn't have to fight as hard to climb up and hold on to different things to reach in and out of we living space. That is just one example of how the projects would impact and help us improve the quality of life.
People are safe, you know, they could drive the roads more safely now. The roads are being reinforced, so we give thanks, you know what I'm saying?
And just betterment so we could live a little more comfortable in the community and we don't have to, you know, we end up getting it through The PNM government.
Through the PNM, they're doing this box drain on them.
People's National Movement. The PNM sponsor all the projects.
Mr. Terence Dial Singh, the easy representative up here.
PNM in control right now, big up to the PNM still, we give thanks for the support, we give thanks for the love with the people, extending our gratitude, right now, because, it brings a sense of security, it brings a sense of togetherness. Most of all, it provides a lot of employment for the youths, because I could see that is important right now. Everybody working right now, without nobody lingering right now, so, big respect, we give thanks for that, and that's benefiting the community.
Yeah, the future generation.
My road things slow, but me love my parents, PNM party, I win and everybody.
My name is Jakiba. I am in my early 20s. I live Laventille.
My name is Takia. I reside in the beautiful community of El Dorado. I come from a middle-class family. My both parents are police officers, and they definitely worked hard to ensure that, me and my brother, we were able to experience a lot of stuff that they weren't fortunate, to experience growing up.
One of the targeted actions on this manifesto has to do with wellness, dignity and opportunity for all. We're making available 3,000 housing spots for young persons, young families in Trinidad and Tobago. What does that mean? It's housing spots, you're going to get all infrastructure, it's road, lights, water, drainage and everything, and a house plan is approved so you can build. What that means is faster allocation of lots for families than the process will take if you have to construct complete houses and then wait for your turn at the HEC. So this is the government listening to young people and getting them on board with national development where opportunity is made available to them.
As a young person, I am engaged in youth development within my community. I play hand with Highlanders Steel Orchestra, which is also a part of my community.
I do look forward to the first time home ownership initiative. With this initiative, it gives a lot of young persons like myself, a chance at real stability and also independence. It shows that us as youths, we are being seen, we are being heard, and we are also being supported for a brighter future.
New chapter for TNT. We're red, ready, and responsible. Vote PNM. Great is the PNM.
There are some things we all hope never change about sweet Trinidad and Tobago. Beauty, our culture, the traditions that bring us together. But some things need to change, and we need to change them now. We need to change the things that are weighing heavy on all of us. With you, I work hard to deliver the programs that people can afford. Smarter policing to support our current efforts. As a former Minister of National Security, I will work night and day to keep our neighborhoods that much safer. And I'll prioritize expanding our well-paying jobs so that everyone can find a way to afford a home that they love. The other side says give them a chance, because they've had their chance. They're the past, trying to revive old ideas that we know don't work. We cannot look backwards if we want to move forwards. We need to write a new chapter. It's time to change things now so we can see the results. Let's get it. New ideas, new plans, and leaders that will give us a better chance at a better future. So on the 28th of April, vote PNM. Vote for us, vote for our children, and for an even sweeter TNT.
New chapter for TNT. We're red, ready, and responsible. Vote PNM. Great is the PNM.
Change doesn't come from talk. It comes from showing up. It comes from listening. It comes from doing the work. People are worried about crime, about jobs, about whether they can afford to stay in the place that we've all called home. They're right to be worried. They're right to be concerned. But we've come a long way. I accept it's not enough. That's why at this moment it matters so much. This is our chance for real change. That is why we've focused on writing a new chapter, bringing real change to make our neighborhoods that much safer, create better paying jobs, lower the cost of living, and getting more people into homes that you can call yours and afford. Because when people ask for change, they don't want promises. They want leaders who can deliver stability, opportunity, and a future their children can believe in. On the 28th of April, join us in writing a new chapter for Trinidad and Tobago by voting the PNM. Let's build a new future together.
A new chapter for TNT. We're red, ready, and responsible. Vote PNM. Great is the PNM.
Calling out all our way, friends and family with love for TNT. From the mountain top to the valley low, everywhere we go, country before party. We working together, we building together. Young will make it better. Side by side, together, we standing together for our nation's future. This is a movement we all in together, not just so one. My sister, my brother, families it in your hand. PNM is the plan. Ready, hold it steady. We are one. We stand strong. We are one. We stand strong. Together, no time to waste.
A new chapter for TNT. We're red, ready, and responsible. On April 28th, vote PNM. Great is the PNM.
People are tired of promises. We all want safer streets, a better quality of life, place to call home. That's why we're focused on writing a new chapter for our great country. Let's get out there and fight the crime together. Let's attract businesses that create good jobs. Let's lower the cost of living where we can so families can have that room to breathe again. The other side, they'll promise the world again. They've had their chance. Now is the time to deliver on the platform we've built. Now is where it really matters. Vote the PNM on the 28th of April as we write a new chapter for Trinidad and Tobago together.
A new chapter for TNT. We're red, ready, and responsible. Vote PNM. Great is the PNM.
Can you really trust the UNC? The last time Kamla and the cabal were in charge, they squandered $24 billion in cash and ran up a $9 billion overdraft at the Treasury. All this while energy revenues went from $17 billion to $1 billion. The last time they won, you lost the Treasury. We know how this movie ends. Let's make the last time the last time. On April 28th, reject the UNC.
Again.
Ready, show me who ready, show me who ready. This is the time, this is the place. The future is here, no time to waste. We build on the strength of those who trod this road before. Coming again. Cause I feel the light shining so bright in the heart and we soul. Red, black and white, together we strong. Come sun, come rain, cause it's blood in we veins. We all are the same. You don't know we red already. Things not set already. Tell them we all in. Don't know we red already. The things not set already. Tell them we all in. Oh, tell them we all in. Oh, just tell them we all in. Oh, tell them we all in. Tell them we all in. Tell them we all in. We under the same sky, feeling the same things. The movement is forward, we all want the same thing. Together we aspire, so we must achieve. Call the red army, the whole of TNT. So show them we red already, the thing done set already. Tell them we all in. Don't know we red already, the thing done set already. Tell them we all in. Oh, tell them we all in. Oh, just tell them we all in. Oh, tell them we all in. Tell them we all in. Fire in the soul, our nation so strong. Through the heart of a people, the victory is won.
We fight for tomorrow, we fight for today. Stand strong together, blow the evil away. If we are one, the victory is sure. Divide and rule, we don't want that no more. Clean heart, clean hands, it's love to the core. And if love is the word, how about that we show? Yes and no. So tell them you're ready already. Think and set already. Tell them we all in, we all in, we all in. Don't know we ready already. The thing that's set already. Tell them we all in, we all in, we all in. Oh, tell them we all in. Oh, just tell them we all in. Oh, tell them we all in. Tell them we all in. Tell them we all in. Tell them we ready and ready. Thing done set already. Tell them we all in, we all in, we all in. No.
Be all in for TNT on April 28th. Vote PNM. Great is the PNM.
Hey! Oh, na na na. We built this on a strong foundation. This is a new chapter.
Hi, my name is Mukesh Ramsing. Welcome to the constituency of Claxton Bay, formerly known as Pointe-à-Pied. I am your candidate for the PNM for Claxton Bay constituency, and I'm proud to be standing in the heart of Claxton Bay right now in this fishing depot, where constituents and families gather here to get their fresh fish daily. Claxton Bay is also known for its wide sporting development, as we are home to the Maniranjam Stadium, where families can go and exercise and also take a look at all the national events that takes place there. Claxton Bay is also known for its diverse business entities, from small to medium, as we are just a stone's throw away from the Trinidad and Tobago Cement Limited.
My sister, my brother, Bali's it in your hand. PNM is the plan. Ready, hold it steady. We are one blood flowing through we vein.
I'm supporting Mukesh Ramsing because he sees us, the youth, not just as the future, but in all aspects of our present. He advocates for our community and he believes that the people are the purpose. I'm all in.
Mukesh is a community man, a man of the people, a man who is willing to serve you, us, in Claxton Bay. Without a doubt, I believe if given the opportunity, Mukesh will be an excellent parliamentary representative for us, the people of Claxton Bay.
Who is Mukesh Ramsing? Mukesh Ramsing is a family man. I've been a family man for most of my adult life. I am a sportsman. I've been in sports since a very tender young age, representing both my secondary school and primary schools in cricket, football and basketball. I'm a businessman, and through my business dealings I've become the president of the Couva Point Lisa's Chamber of Commerce, most recently for the last 3.5 years, serving the business community. And I look forward to taking all my experiences to come and serve you, the people of Claxton Bay constituency, so we can make this constituency a bigger and brighter Claxton.
New chapter for TNT. We're red, ready and responsible. Vote PNM. Great is the PNM.
Can you really trust the UNC? The last time Kamla and the cabal were in charge, they destroyed your energy sector. They failed to renew critical gas contracts and lied about production levels. They made bad deals and sold out TNT. The last time the UNC won, you lost billions of US dollars. If the UNC wins, you lose billions. We know how this movie ends. Make the last time on April 28th. Reject the UNC.
Again.
Hey! Oh, na na na. Red and ready, here we are. Yeah. Red and ready, here we are. Calling all the red army. Red and ready, here we are. Yeah. We are. Oh, na na na. Red and ready, here we are. Calling all the red army. Red and ready, here we are. Trinidad and Tobago. Red and ready, here we are. Yeah, we are. Yeah, we ready now. Calling the red army, calling out all of we friends and family with love for TNT. From the mountain top to the valley low, everywhere we go, country before party. PNM, we working together, we building together. Young will make it better. PNM, side by side together, we
East, the cultural capital of Trinidad and Tobago. Don't let anybody fool you. Tobago East is where culture is. If you want beautiful beaches, beautiful scenery, if you want a good reel and jig, you had to come to Tobago East. That is where I live. This is where I serve. I'm inviting you on this journey with me.
Be delivered. Team PNM delivered. Be delivered to the people of Tobago and the people of Trinidad and Tobago. We delivered projects. We invested in our children, in our infrastructure, in healthcare, in education, and social support. And we never abandoned the vulnerable.
So I'm here standing up at the Cocoa Peace water supply, where over the years this would have been supplying the residents of Upper Bailey. Behind me what you're seeing is some additional tanks, about 6,000 gallon tanks that she would have provided about a year or two ago to improve the water supply for the people up here. And for that we are grateful, we are eternally thankful for her intervention, and we hope that as residents that we could continue to work with her in the future.
Responding to the needs of constituents, so for example in Charlottesville, Bel Air in particular, working with the residents there, collaborating with them to ensure that we got some water in the area, and the construction of the tank farm, ensuring that they got the required sizes to expand the water storage capacity for the community, as well as the refurbishment and reconstruction of the Roxborough Fire Station. If we talk about Mariah, where the residents would have advocated long and hard for a new health centre, and one was constructed there for them. So there have been many deliverables throughout the constituency, and the work continues. My representation might not have been loud, but it has been deliberate. It has been purpose-driven, and it has, at the heart of it, I've always aimed to serve my constituents with integrity and to deliver to them with pride, because I understand what it is to be Tobago East and what it is to be a Tobago East that is developing. But most importantly, I understand what it is to be a Tobago East that deserves quality representation, and that is what I would have delivered over the years.
New chapter for TNT. We're red, ready, and responsible. Vote PNM. Great is the PNM.
Calling out all our we friends and family with love for TNT. From the mountaintop to the valley low, everywhere we go, country before party. We working together, we building together. Young will make it better. Side by side together, we standing together for our nation's future. This is a movement we all in together, not just so one. My sister, my brother, Balize in your hand. PNM is the plan. Ready, hold it steady. We are one. We stand strong. We are one. We stand strong. Together, no time to waste.
New chapter for TNT. We're red, ready, and responsible. On April 28th, vote PNM. Great is the PNM.
Calling out all our we friends and family with love for TNT. From the mountaintop to the valley low, everywhere we go, country before party. We working, we building, young will make it better. Side by side, we standing for our nation's future. This is a movement we all in together, not just so one. My sister, my brother, Balize in your hand. PNM is the plan. Ready, hold it steady. We are one. One blood flowing through we vein. We stand strong and we on the road again. We are one. Every creed and every race. We stand strong together. No time to
New chapter for TNT. We're red, ready, and responsible. Vote PNM. Great is the PNM.
Calling out all our we friends and family with love for TNT. From the mountaintop to the valley low, everywhere we go, country before party. We working, we building, young will make it better. Side by side.
I'm Curtis Forrester, past student at Moruga Secondary School, and I proudly endorse Lisa Atwater to be the next Member of Parliament for Moruga Tableland. At my time at Moruga Secondary School, she has been a mentor. She has been a guiding role in the life of all young people. And I urge you young people of Moruga Tableland to join forward and share and be a part of this experience as we take Moruga Tableland forward. On April 28th, vote Lisa Atwater for Moruga Tableland.
Together we standing, all tribes intertwined. Working together, we all in the line. Let's do this together, your future and mine. Red and ready, hold it steady. We are one blood flowing through we vein. We stand strong and we on the road again.
Welcome to the constituency of Moruga Tableland. We may be rural in location, but we are big on heritage. We are big on diversity. We are big on harmony. We are big on respect for each other. We are diverse. We have diverse population, diverse religions, cultural backgrounds, and all of those qualities going to making us the unique melting pot that we are. I am proud to be a product of this rich cultural heritage that is Moruga Tableland. So I've walked the corridors of this institution all my life. I've been here for 30 plus years. I know the students, their parents, I know the priests, the fishermen, the agriculturists, I know their hopes, I know certainly aware of the challenges, and I just want to be part of the solution. The solution of being all in for Trinidad and Tobago and all in for Moruga Tableland constituency. Youth development and training, entrepreneurship, and a host of other services that will help improve our quality of life.
My name is Mrs. Antonia Nabi. I will be endorsing Lisa Atwater, the candidate from Moruga Tableland, as our candidate. The reason why is because Lisa Atwater is a daughter of the soil, born in Madingo Road, and she came to Moruga over 30 years now, serving at Moruga Composite as an educator. So I think that given this opportunity to serve Moruga Tableland, Lisa will be the best candidate. I endorse her for the Moruga Tableland because at Moruga Tableland constituency, it will be better with Atwater.
Working together, we all in the line. Let's do this together, your future and mine. Red and ready, hold it steady. We are one blood flowing through we vein. We stand strong and we on the road again.
So folks, where do we go from here? What do we want for our future? I am not merely asking for your vote. I am asking you to believe. Believe in a better tomorrow. Let's go all in. All in for Moruga Tableland. All in for Trinidad and Tobago.
A new chapter for TNT. We're red, ready, and responsible. Vote PNM. Great is the PNM.
Do you remember the last UNC-led coalition? The UNC PRO Kirk Megu said that coalitions in Trinidad and Tobago have a tendency to implode under the weight of their internal contradictions. The leader of NJAC publicly denounced corruption in the government that he helped to form. The OWTU leader, Ansel Roger, publicly savaged the UNC and vowed to get her out of office. The MSJ severed ties with the People's Partnership. How can you trust Kamla and her cabal to manage a country when they cannot even manage their party? We know how this movie ends. Let's make the last time. On April 28th, reject the UNC.
Again.
Calling out all our we friends and family with love for TNT. From the mountaintop to the valley low, everywhere we go, country before party. We working, we building, young will make it better. Side by side, we standing for our nation's future. This is a movement we all in together, not just so one. My sister, my brother, Balize in your hand. PNM is the plan. Red and ready, hold it steady. We are one blood flowing through we vein. We stand strong and we on the road.
New chapter for TNT. We're red, ready, and responsible. Vote PNM. Great is the PNM.
Calling out all our way, friends and family with love for TNT. From the mountain top to the valley low, everywhere we go, country before party. We working, we building, young will make it better. Side by side, we standing for our nation's future. This is a movement we all in together, not just so one. My sister, my brother, Balize in your hand. PNM is the plan. Ready, hold it steady. We are one blood flowing through we vein. We stand strong and we on the road again. We are one, every creed and every race. We stand strong together, no time to waste. We want you from Frederick Street to Boko Reef. We are one, the Balize is what we need. We want you, tell them this and say it plain. We want you, the PNM we need again. We want you, sun or rain, together we remain together. We gonna make things better. Young and old, standing tall. This is a new chapter. Together we standing, all tribes intertwined. Working together, we all in the line. Let's do this together, your future and mine. Ready, hold it steady. We are one blood flowing through we vein. We stand strong and we on the road again. We are one, every creed and every race. We stand strong together, no time to waste. We want you from Frederick Street to Boko Reef. We are one, the Balize is what we need. We want you, tell them this and say it plain. We want you, the PNM we need again. We want you.
New chapter for TNT. We're red, ready, and responsible. Vote PNM. Great is the PNM.
Like yellow is the color for recklessness? All you hear the latest from Kamala? But what kind of mad scene is this?
We will prepare a divestment plan for the state enterprises and a debt workout strategy.
Let me break down this divestment thing, plain and simple. She say government have no place in business. That mean all state enterprises will no longer be under the government. WASA, Tiontech, NP, Port Authority, just to name a few.
We will transform the remaining state enterprises to publicly owned companies.
So who all you feel will be in charge of these companies? Their financiers? Duh. Tens of thousands of workers will be sent home. Who you feel is the first to go home?
The first thing private companies will do is get rid of all the workers and shut down everything and bring in who they want. And I guarantee you it ain't gonna be us.
It's job loss after job loss. When the Kamala cabal get their dirty hands on a company like Tiontech, Lord knows what we will have to pay for electricity. That is mad people thing. So that is why we come in with this paid political announcement. And on the 28th of April, protect your jobs. We vote in PNM. PNM, PNM, PNM.
Calling out all our way, friends and family with love for TNT. From the mountain top to the valley low, everywhere we go, country before party. We working, we building, young will make it better. Side by side, we standing for our nation's future. This is a movement we all in together, not just so one. My sister, my brother, Balize in your hand. PNM is the plan. Ready, hold it steady. We are one blood flowing through we vein. We stand strong and we on the road again. We are one, every creed and every race. We stand strong together, no time to wait.
New chapter for TNT. We're red, ready, and responsible. Vote PNM. Great is the PNM.
Customer service in the public service is going to get focus. All of our citizens who need to go into a government office and you need to line up and you need to ask for your birth certificate, or you need to pay a bill, or you need to get a grant, or you need to get access to disability grants, or you need to go and register for your pension, we as the next government are going to focus heavily on customer service. We must allow our citizens, when you walk in, you get treated with kindness, you get treated with respect, you get treated with a more helpful attitude. We've started the digitization. That is going to make it a lot easier. So get ready under me that I want everything achieved. Because then they can't tell you, I'll lose your file. They can't ask you, well, what's your name and address? It will all be there.
A new chapter for TNT. We're red, ready, and responsible. Vote PNM. Great is the PNM.
This election, you have to have a plan. The PNM plans a new chapter for social services. A fresh approach, innovation, young energy with we boy Stioti.
We're going to double the number of food cards. We're going to increase the book grants.
Digital verification for grants. No more repeat paperwork.
We will reform the food support and disability grant systems to better protect and empower families.
Reforming the means test to give easier access to households facing temporary hardship. A new chapter for senior citizens. It's a boss manifesto. Dial a ride to help senior citizens get to clinic. Just call and a car picking you up. It's a wave of innovation in this new chapter.
Make sure that our senior citizens are properly looked after with an automated pension system.
Tanti Kamla and all go benefit. PNM have a boss manifesto, so we paid for political announcement. Vote PNM.
PNM, we working together, we building together, and we'll make it better.
Being a man from South, I fully understand the need for us to engage those in farming and food production.
We all go through this process.
Goodwood, good evening! I like how you're looking, we like how you're sounding. Good evening, Goodwood! So this evening, permit us to recognize some persons on the platform before we start this evening's program. So first, we want to recognize the former Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, Member of Parliament for Digo Martin West, and political lead of the People's National Movement, Dr. the Honorable Keith Christopher Rowley. Come on, we can do better than that for Dr. Rowley. We also want to recognize former Senator and the political leader of the PNM Tobago Council and deputy political leader of the PNM, former Chief Secretary of the THA, the Honorable Ansel Dennis. We also want to recognize some members of the National Executive of the People's National Movement. We have with us the Assistant General Secretary, Mrs. Patricia Alexis. We also have our Operations Officer, Ms. Irene Hines. We want to recognize our standard bearers for Tobago West and Member of Parliament who will be returning for a third consecutive term, Minister of Sport and Community Development, the Honorable Shamfa Kajol Lewis. We also want to recognize our standard bearer for Tobago East and returning again for a third consecutive term, Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister,
you respect
Mrs. Ayana Webster Roy. We want to recognize One Is Enough Minority Leader, a representative for Darrell Spring Wim, Assemblyman Calvin Morris. Also on the platform this evening, we have our youth speaker, and our youth has been blazing the trail. We have Ms. Shawnee John, please give her some love. We want to recognize the executive members of the Tobago Council of the People's National Movement. Recognize, give them some love, as well as the executive of the Tobago East and West constituencies.
We have in our midst former assemblyman, and we want to recognize, and it's always good to see this gentleman. He is a statesman, former Chief Secretary of the Tobago House of Assembly and former Deputy Political Leader of the PNM, former leader of the Tobago Council, Mr. Orville London. We also have in our midst former chairman of the council and former member of parliament for Tobago West, Mr. Sanford Calendar. We want to recognize any other assemblyman in our midst, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, PNM family, Goodwood, good evening. Tobago East, good evening. Tobago West, good evening. PNM people, good evening. Are you ready to paint Tobago red? Are you ready to support Ayanna Webster Roy in Tobago East? Are you ready to support Shamfa Kajol Lewis in Tobago West? Are you ready to support the People's National Movement in Trinidad and Tobago in all our 41 constituencies?
PNM.
So, brothers and sisters, we are here in Goodwood this evening to continue our message, the message of the People's National Movement. And first, I want to invite a youth speaker. And as I said, our youth speakers have been making us proud on this PNM platform. They have been taking the message, they have been blazing the trail, and the People's National Movement always make a way for the youth. So brothers and sisters, put your hands together as I welcome the youth speaker for this evening. Put your hands together and welcome Miss Shanae John. Brothers and sisters, welcome her. Mr. DJ, play some music.
Mrs. Petal, Daniel, Benoit. PNM people are looking good. Allow me to recognize in our presence political leader Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley, Deputy Political Leader and Political Leader Tobago Council, Mr. Ansel Dennis, our Minister and candidate for Tobago West, Mrs. Shamfa Kajol Lewis.
PNM.
Minister and candidate for Tobago East, my candidate, Mrs. Ayanna Webster Roy. Allow me to also recognize Minister of Digital Transformation, Hassel Bacchus. Other party officers, executive of the Tobago Council, our minority leader, Mr. Kelvin Morris. Tobago East, good evening.
PNM.
Brothers and sisters from Tobago West, how are you feeling?
PNM.
And I must leave the best for last. My Youth League family, how are you feeling?
PNM.
Make some noise if you're proud to be from Tobago, no man. It is truly an honor to stand before you this evening, not just as a member of the People's National Movement, not just a young Tobagonian, but as a proud country girl, born and raised in the two villages of Roxborough and Dallaford. It is always such a pleasure to be among my PNM family because PNM is love. Family, we are nearing closer and closer, and it's time to cut to the chase. I, for one, understand what is at stake in this election. The decisions we make now will shape not just the next 5 years, but the next generation. And let me tell you, this is not time to play games with our young people's future. This is not the time to roll the dice on inexperience, confusion, or empty promises. This is a time for steady, responsible leadership. This is the time for real representation. This is the time to stand firm, stay focused, and make the serious decisions that will affect, protect, and uplift our country. And that is exactly what the PNM brings to the table. When others were sleeping, PNM was working. When others were just talking, PNM was delivering. When others were stumbling, brothers and sisters, as they usually do, PNM was standing strong because we are built different. We're ready, we're responsible. The PNM is a party grounded in principles, built on legacy, and driven by people. And that is why, as a young lady seeking to contribute to the growth of our country, has aligned myself with the best. The only party I have known from a child whose color has never changed, whose symbol has never changed, whose name has never changed, the People's National Movement. The other side loves to say, PNM is a party full of seniors. I know you're looking on and listening, because I mean, who don't like to be around good? So let me ask the question. How could you say the PNM is a seniors party when the People's National Movement has created the most vibrant, powerful, outstanding youth arm present in the region? Intelligent, articulate, vibrant, powerful, responsible youths. Look at Delano Joefield, my youth speaker from last rally, a PNM youth. Jada Charles, a PNM youth. Denisha Manning, PNM youth. Janae Campbell, PNM youth. Justin John, PNM youth. Danielle Wilson, PNM youth. And watch me, all your country girl, PNM youth. The People's National Movement is a party for everyone, from young to the young at heart, from every race, class, creed, and background. The PNM embraces all. We are a proud and united movement, rooted in service, driven by purpose, and open to all who believe in building a better tomorrow. This is your party, your home, your voice, and we welcome you with open arms. And may I just add, unlike the other side, we the youths value our seniors. We just listen, take advice, and guidance, because we're young and we ain't know it all. Now look just behind me. We can boast of our big sisters, Shamfaka Jo Lewis and Ayanna Webster Roy. Youths that went into Parliament with dignity, class, style, and commitment, leading the charge for newer and younger youths of Tobago who are entering into government and politics. Look at them, how they're sweet and well polished. Brothers and sisters, PNM is the only party that actively prepares its young people to take up the mantle of leadership. From youth league to women's league, from groundwork to government, we are trained and molded to lead, not just in Tobago, but the entire Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. From as early as my primary school years, I would look on as my grandfather, Holly Stoppin, taking on verbal battles with other members of the Roxborough community, defending and supporting the PNM. At times, I would feel sorry for him because it seemed like it was just him alone supporting the PNM in Tobago. I used to feel shame sometimes and wish he would just shut up, brothers and sisters. I even heard of stories of motorcade in the 1980s where about 5 minutes PNM motorcade done passing through the village of Roxborough. But my grandfather and the deceased Euphemia Davidson and a handful of other villagers would be the few cheering on as the motorcade passed, only to be embarrassed by the hour-long motorcade of the then NAR, formerly DAC. But my brothers and sisters, where are the DAC today? The NAR, the TOP. Oh gosh, too many letters to remember. First the changing. Where are they today? But Daddy Hollis and my PNM family, I have grown and I have learned and understand. I see no reason or cause for me to be ashamed of this movement of the people. I am a proud young PNM youth. It is 69 years this party has stood strong. Through independence, through revolution, through recession, through pandemic, the PNM led. We are the oldest, most stable, most consistent political party in the history of Trinidad and Tobago. No other party has contributed more to our development in education, infrastructure, healthcare, governance, and foreign affairs. And here's the clincher. PNM is the only national party that contests all 41 seats every single election. That's not by accident, that's by principle. Because we care about the entire Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Not just Tobago, not just Trinidad, the entire nation. This is an all-in party, all in for every citizen of Trinidad and Tobago. PNM family, we are all in with Shamfa and Webby. It's not halfway, and it's definitely not let's stay home and see. This is about going all in for our communities, all in for youth, all in for economy, and all in for the Tobago and Trinidad we want to build. And when I say all in for youth, I say that from experience, not just politics. Let me talk to my fellow youths for a second. This isn't theory. This is my real story. I am a product of what PNM policies can do when you take them seriously. Thanks to the government assistance for tuition expenses, or GATE as we know it, I was able to pursue and complete my bachelor's degree without being buried in student loans. Brothers and sisters, I am debt-free thanks to the PNM. Be honest, my fellow young people. How many of us would have been able to further our studies without the GATE initiative, implemented by the same People's National Movement? Some of us even benefited from the THA Financial Assistance Program created by the same PNM. And they want to say PNM hasn't done anything in the past 21 years. The PNM educated me too much to fall for them Nancy stories to come with, brothers and sisters. Throughout my university journey, I was able to participate in the YES program, where I got hands-on work experience in various areas, including my field of study, with a stipend, brothers and sisters, where I could have assisted myself with other living expenses while going to school in Trinidad. More so, this program, I was enabled with the opportunity to work directly under one of our esteemed candidates, Ms. Ayana Webster-Roy, in one of her constituency offices. And let me tell you, what I saw firsthand was a woman connected to the people, hardworking, humble, and always on the ground delivering. Through her office, I witnessed so many programs, grants, and opportunities being made available to ordinary citizens. Not just old talk, but real help. Brothers and sisters, you may think that this is it, right? But after completing my degree, the PNM wasn't done investing in me. I was able to apply and secure a position through a PNM-created initiative, the on-the-job training program, that gave me over 2 years of solid work experience that I can now carry with me in every professional space. I am not just a youth speaker here talking policies, young people. I am standing here today as living proof that PNM policies work. I chose PNM because they've pushed me beyond my limits. It is because of the PNM that I can stand before you today, confident and capable, sharing the stage with other individuals of excellence. They saw potential in young people like me and created platforms for us to rise. I am a proud member of the Tobago East Youth League. This kind of development is what sets the PNM apart, and it's why I will always stand with them. The PNM is a party with a vision and a party with a plan. When you ask us about those plans, we are not going to half explain and mumble blah, blah, blah. We have exceptional leadership in the Honorable Stuart Young, who is well able to explain any policy, address any concern, and show up with facts, not fantasy, not fiction. Here in Tobago East, we're not just voting, we're winning with Webby. Ayana Webster-Roy is not just a candidate, she is a servant leader. She has walked with us, served us, fought for us. Our candidates for Tobago, East and West, these two beautiful, well-educated, classy young women truly embodies this campaign's core message: red, ready, and responsible. Brothers and sisters, we wear the red because we are proud. We are ready because we've done the work. And we are responsible because we understand the weight of leadership. So let them come with their sweet talk. Let them come with their confusion and their blame game. But when they done talk, the PNM done build. The PNM done deliver. The PNM done prevail. You cannot fake responsibility. You cannot pretend readiness. This is serious work, brothers and sisters. This is national service. And that's the kind of leadership we need, brothers and sisters. And this election is not one to be taken lightly. While others are making promises they can't explain, the PNM is doing what we've always done: deliver. Deliver opportunities, deliver infrastructure, deliver education, deliver results. And let me make something crystal clear this evening, brothers and sisters. Ayana Webster-Roy and Shamfa Kojo-Lewis has beaten them once. They've beaten them twice. And they will beat them a third time. Because no matter who the opposition is, it's cocktail again. We're not guessing. We're not hoping. We know what we bring to the table. Because when the dust settles, the people always choose substance over hype, real over fake. In the East, We will choose Ayanna Webster-Roy because she has proven time and again that she delivers. Her record speaks louder than any headline. And in the West, they will choose Shamfa Lewis because she is the definition of readiness, rooted in service and driven by purpose. They are prepared to continue to lead with passion, compassion, competence, and clarity. There's too much at stake to play games with the future of our country. Too much to risk for a moment of hype or empty promises. This time more than ever, we need strong and stable leadership. As the young people, we are often told we're the leaders of tomorrow. But I stand here this evening to tell you, my fellow young people, we are also the voice of today. Let me ask you something. Who stood firm when the storms came? PNM. Who held the line during a pandemic? PNM. Who gave us GATE, OJT, CPEP, URP, and so many more? PNM. Brothers and sisters, who giving them a cocktail again come April 28, 2025? PNM. And today, we must raise that voice to say we choose stability. We choose vision. We choose real leadership. We choose the red. We choose the Balize. We choose to be all in. In Tobago East, we're winning with unstoppable webbing. And in the West, we're moving with the woman on fire, Shamfa Lewis. Last time we were at the polls in Tobago, some of you said, let me give them a chance. Maybe things might be different this time. And I get it. We are human, we want change, we want to believe. But now you've seen what that chance has brought us. You've seen the confusion and chaos. No progress, no plan, just plenty talk and bacchanal. You gave them a chance, and what did they do with it? Nothing. So now it's time to come back home. And to those who already came back home to the PNM, we see you, we love you, and we welcome you back with open arms. Because the PNM is not just a political party. We are a family. We fall out sometimes, we get vexed, but family always finds its way back together. And now is the time to come back home. Because guess what? While they were busy fighting among themselves and running down power, PNM was working. PNM was building. PNM was serving. And let me talk to the youth one last time. Because all the eyes are on you this election. They're coming with their envelope. They're coming with their little side deal. They're coming with their weed, their Hennessy, their punching, and their 10 on and 10 off. Let me tell you this plain. Do not sell your dignity. You have pride, you have integrity, and you have worth. You ain't no side street hustler. Let them know their place. You still waiting on a secure job. You still begging for proper roads. Teachers, you still waiting for your school to fix. And all of us still waiting for proper healthcare system here in Tobago. A vote is your power. Don't give that away for a puff, a plate, or a promise. You are worth more than a quick fix. You are worth more than a $300 handout. And if they come to you with a $40,000, take it. Take it with a smile, but don't let them teeth out your head. When election day comes, you go straight in the polling station and you ram your ex by the Balize. And you vote for a real future. Vote for a party that sees your value, your potential, and your purpose. Because the PNM isn't just talking. So I say to everyone young and old, come back home. Come back to our vision. So as we approach the ballot box, I want you to remember this. This is not a time for indecision. This is not a time for experiments. This is a time for us to stand firm, stand united, and stand responsible. Let's not play with this moment. Let's not gamble with our future. Let's vote for what's proven. Let's vote for what's right. Let's vote for the red, the ready, and the responsible. Let's vote PNM all in. Let's vote for continuous service. Let's vote for Ayana Webster-Roy. Let's vote for Shamfa Kojo Lewis. Let's vote for our future. Let's go all in. And on the night of April 28th, Shamfa will call Webby and say, we spanked them in the West. And Webby will say, we crushed them in the East. And the East will meet the West, joining with our counterparts in Trinidad, and we will all sing, great is the PNM, great is the PNM, great is the PNM, and we shall prevail. Thank you.
We got this. I cannot wait for election morning. Tell them why. Tell them why. I depend down to me elbow, darling. From Spain to Canaan.
When others were sleeping, the PNM was working. When others were talking, the PNM was delivering. The only party where the symbol, the color, and the name has never changed. The only party that has always fielded 41 candidates in every constituency in Trinidad and Tobago. PNM family, brothers and sisters, put your hands together once again for the bright and the bold, our youth speaker, Ms. Shanae John. Come on, brothers and sisters, we could do better than that. PNM family, I want us to recognize this evening a son of the soil. I want us to recognize, put your hands together as we welcome and recognize the Minister of Digital Transformation, the Honorable Hassabakas, PNM family, Goodwood. Please put your hands together and recognize Mr. Bacchus. He is a son of the soil. He is a visionary. He is a man transforming government through innovation and digital transformation. From Bishop's High School to the Chief Technical Officer of TSTT, now the Minister of Digital Transformation. Goodwood, PNM family, Tobago East, Tobago West, put your hands together and welcome to the podium, Senator, the Honorable Larry Bacchus. Put your hands together, PNM family.
Because I red and ready to vote, red and ready to wave, red and ready to vote, ready to make we name, all ready to fight hard and safeguard from uptown to your yard. We don't pick we side, we red and ready to ride, be an of the fire, be an of the energy, a positive energy, and they cannot damage it. This side of fire, this side of energy, a positive energy, and they cannot damage it. Show me red, everything, show me red, everything, we taking a chances.
Good evening, PNM people. How are we feeling?
PNM.
It's been a long time since I've been here with you. And I'm feeling good.
PNM.
You're making me feel good.
PNM.
Let me, and please permit me, to acknowledge the most visionary, the most competent, the most compassionate, the most honest, the most resilient political leader in the Western Hemisphere, all over the world, Dr. the Honorable
PNM.
Close behind, close behind, close behind, the political leader of the Tobago Island Council, the man himself.
PNM.
I
Can't leave out Kelvin. Can't leave him out. He is officially the most fit and most buff member of the Tobago House of Assembly.
PNM.
This election thing working for him. Of course, all of the other members I have to deal with. But I reserve 2 special welcomes and I want to hear it for them. 2 special ones. 2 special ones. For the serving, defending, and incoming member for Tobago West, the one and only Shamfa Kojo
PNM. PNM. PNM.
Seated. Mrs. Correct, thank you, thank you. I ain't gonna get in no trouble up here, thank you. Next, and this is because we are in the host constituency of Tobago East. Again, the serving, defending, and incoming Member of Parliament for Tobago East, Ayana, Mrs. Ayana Webster Roy.
PNM. PNM.
When I walked in, I felt so good. I felt so good because I was so warmly welcomed by people that knew me when I was. They look at me now and you know what they say, and that is how I know I brighten. Or they start the sentence by saying, "Son, we are well proud of you." And I am here not because I want to talk about me. I am here because I want to talk about the people who are going to represent you in Trinidad, in all of the members and places where they need to be. Just so in case you forgot who I am, I was born here in Trinidad and Tobago, but I was born specifically in Tobago. I went to teach at Dorothy Nursery School in Lambo. I'm a member of the Scarborough Methodist Church. I went to the Scarborough Methodist School. Some of my teachers are staring me right in the face now, and so she's only waving at me. You see, I left these shores and went away and came back and started to work in the private sector. And to make sure that I was rooted in Tobago, I married a woman from Betsy Zoo. Well, I can't leave now. Country take me. But the reason why I want to talk about these 2 ladies in particular is that I want you to understand the importance that they have in the functioning and the operations of Tobago within the unitary state of Trinidad and Tobago. I hold many portfolios and I have to thank the Honorable, and like I said, visionary political leader for that. He recognized that this country needed to be changed and created a ministry to do just that. And he said, "Son, I want you to lead it." And he said, "Don't put any set of old people in the ministry." He said, "Put young people." And you could see the youth and vibrance. And coming from our youth speaker, you understand why. You know Shamfa and Ayana young still. You know them have things to give still. But at the level of the cabinet of which I am a member, their value you do not see. And I will tell you about that today. And to do it, I will use things that have happened in the Ministry of Digital Transformation. Let me tell you something. We have a number of initiatives that we produce and do for the benefit of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, yourselves in particular. But when we get to the level of the cabinet, when we sit in that room and we are vying for the limited resources that we have, I don't know how many of you who would have ever sat opposite Column Imbert in a meeting to get money, but they do. And when they do, they stand for the things that Tobago needs because they are the representatives for Tobago. We have a program called TT Wi-Fi. The younger people will know about that. It is where we go around, look at places of interest, historical interest, parks, all of that, hospitals, schools, all of those places, and put the ability for people to go into those places and get Wi-Fi at no cost to you. How do you think we select the places that these things should go? Is in the cabinet. Now think about what they have to do. They have to represent in the cabinet all of your interests here in Tobago. Specifically, the PNM government is a government of responsibility, you know. We know we have to deal with everybody. But for the interests of Tobago, they have to represent it. So this is what happened. And just to give you an idea of the scale of this thing, 71 primary schools, 12 transport hubs, 23 libraries, 98 health institutions. All of that has been done by your PNM government. All of that has been done by your PNM government. But hear what's going on. Here what is the thing. When we went to argue last week, we say we're doing 36 more. 36 more locations. I said that song ain't good. Before we said 36, Shamfa jump up. Half for Tobago. Before she could finish that Tobago, yeah, I wish we could get more. Next thing you know, 17 of the 36 sites, Tobago.
PNM.
You would not have seen that. You would not know that. But the strength of advocacy, the strength of voice, the strength of resilience, the strength of fight, the strength of stick-to-itiveness, it is what allows you to receive a lot of the things that you get because these people stand and fight for you. And just to prove to you that I ain't making it up, I'm going to take 1 minute and call out every one of the sites and them that they fought for you. Guess what is the first one? The brand new A&R Robinson Airport. You see size of place?
PNM.
They say when you're on the boat, you must get it between Trinidad and Tobago. The 2 brand new boats that we still have running up and down.
PNM.
She said we want that too. Strawberry Beach Facility. Pigeon Point Beach Facility, Charlottesville Beach Facility, Speyside Beach Facility, Fort Granby Beach Facility, Bloody Bear Beach Facility, Castara Beach Facility, Mount Irving Beach Facility, Fort Campbellton, Charlottesville, Fort Milford, Greenville, all the way to Crown Point, Speyside Lookout, Fort James,
PNM.
Then, so when we tell you to vote for Shamfa Kojo Lewis and Ayana Webster Roy, it's not just because they're nice, you know, and they're nice. It's not just because we feel it's woman and they go win, you know, because it's woman and they go win. It is because they work hard in your interest in the places where you do not see, but I will tell you about it here today. In St. John Parish, for those people who can't remember what parishes would be, I'm talking about up Paltovere, Lansome, Bloody Bayside. We recognized that they had an issue with getting good and effective broadband. We decided to go to Cabinet again and ask for permission to have the Telecommunications Authority see what they could do to assist them directly. You know who in the forefront of that? Ayana Webster Roy and Shamfa Kojo Lewis. You know what the end result of that was? That right now, there are fiber to the curb systems in Palatovier that will extend all the way up to Lansome. 240 businesses and households are eligible to use it. At last count in January, 75 of them are taking up that challenge. You know why they're doing it? The quality of service that they are receiving is second to none. It's the same quality of service you're getting in Scarborough. It's the same quality of service you're getting in Port of Spain. It's the same quality of service you're getting in San Fernando, and you're getting it in Palatovier, Bloody Bay, and Lansome.
PNM.
And to make it sweeter, we negotiated that they get a subsidy so they pay less for the service because they live in an underserved area. That is your people working for you.
PNM.
So when you hear people talking about, well, you want to pin your hopes of representation on whether something tied or not. The people we have here that work for you are there because they are part of a collective of a party, the PNM. that has the greatest chance and has won the last two general elections, has put people from Tobago in cabinet positions, and those people have taken those opportunities to get the best that they can for the people of Tobago. Take no chances with your future. They say that they haven't done anything, but my mother used to give me a whole story, and I will tell you, because we're talking all right today. It's not because cow no get tongue make you can't talk. Let them know. It's not because cow no get tongue, he can't talk. We're talking today. I want to tell you about another project. Another one that close to my heart and it's hurting my heart. We know that not everybody know about this new digital thing. We know that not everybody like this new digital thing. We know that there are people who are scared of this digital thing. So we say, well, listen, we have to find a way to help the people. So I said, you know, the best way to do it is to make it community-based so that we can put centers in places like in a community center where you can go, anyone can go. You will meet staff there. They will help you. They will take their time and show you what to do to access the over 300 government services that are available digitally that will help you to know how to use a computer. They will help your children almost like if it's a homework class. They will show you how to do all the things that you need to do. You know what the problem was? If we had to build them by brick and mortar, I don't know when we would finish. What did I do? I went to the Minister of Sport and Community Development. All you know who that is? Before I could finish it, I need help. She said, what you want? I said, I need to use your community centers to build these things. She said, but we done building them already. How many are built so far? 60, 59. She went to UDCOT and said, listen, all you vary this design for me. Help out my partner from Tobago, see if you could get some of them things for me. And because of what she has done, we have 25 access centers open across the length and breadth of Trinidad today. It is not a one-way street. But I could count on my Tobago sister to help me at the level of the cabinet. You know what bothering me about it? I say it's a bittersweet story. You know them? Well, if you're doing plenty, you have to do some in Tobago. I said, no problem, how much all you want? They said, well, make it a minimum of 10. A minimum of 10 means they want 11. So we get 11. And we prioritize the building of 5 of them. 5. I want to report to you today that the first 2 of them, and they had to be one in East and one in West, one in Delaford and one in Blackrock, has been completed and ready for action and service. But that is not the bad part. The equipment here, the people here, we hire them already. We train all of them. We have every single thing ready, security, everything, all paid for by the Ministry of Digital Transformation, and all facilitated for your benefit. You know why they're not open? Or you know why they're not open? Because we can't get a date from the Tobago House of Assembly. You believe that? Sanfa, you know that? You believe that? So all the work and all of that we have is being delayed. My instruction to all of you is to demand that they be opened as soon as possible. Let them cooperate with us and get what we have to get done. Again, this is your people working for you. I want to dispel some stupidness that's going around too. As the political leader would say, foolishness. There are people going around from these other political parties telling you not to participate in the programs that we have. Don't believe in the technology that they have. Trying to frighten you to say that we are going to do things that are injurious to you and your family. The PNM has never, ever, ever, and will never, ever, ever do that. But this is what they're telling you. Think about this. Last Thursday, I stood in a place similar to this. And announced standing next to me was the Minister of Works and Transport and the Transport Commissioner. And we announced that for the first time in Trinidad and Tobago, you could renew your driver's license online and get it delivered to you. You know about that? All you know about that? If you follow the foolish narrative that says you should not do anything with the government, that have anything to do with less cash and cashless thing because they want to monitor your money, see what you have. I wonder how you was going and fulfill that. Let me tell you something. Do not be scared of technology. Do not be worried about what people are telling you. You have a ready, and responsible government that is working on your behalf.
PNM.
You have some of the best minds in the world working on your behalf. And you know where those minds come from? Right here in Trinidad and Tobago. You know what the motto is? By Trinidad and Tobago, for Trinidad and Tobago, and the rest of the world. And that is what we are proving every single day. That service was built by people right here in Trinidad and Tobago. And it was tested by all kinds of people, and they have declared it is safe, it is fit for purpose, and will do what it says it was supposed to do. There are people from Tobago, people living in Tobago that are today contributing by building those applications for your own consumption. You have to encourage them. You have to help them. You have to believe in them, and you have to believe in this government's ability to get them and bring them to the top of the place of where they need to be. People of Tobago, do not take chances with your future. Remember the commercial. All mutual funds are not the same. Be careful what you're doing. I have another message for you. I have a lot of messages, but I don't have enough time. I have another message for you. All right, yes, you could bring me back, I don't mind. We have another message for you, and this is important as well. Listen, whenever people come to you and you are not sure where to go for truth, when you're not sure where to go, when they come with all of this misinformation, you know where to go? To the PNM. We will tell you the truth, whether it is comfortable, uncomfortable, what you want to hear otherwise. You will always hear the truth emanating from the PNM people, and especially from any platform on which we sit. Shamfa and Ayana, who you are going to vote for. You know, people think that all they're doing is campaigning. But if you open today's papers, guess who you see on the front page? Was opening Carifta Games yesterday. Who was there? Where she is today? Here. You don't know, again, I'm going back to the cabinet, to get that stadium ready in time for this Carifta Games. If there is anybody on this God earth that you should thank that happened, it's Shamfa Kojo Lewis. She fight everybody and said, we're going and do this. And we have done it. It is one of, if you see it, it looked nice on TV, you could imagine how nice it looked in person. And she was there for it. Lord Sebastian Coe, who did the opening yesterday, commented not only on the track, he was complimentary to all of us. He was complimentary to Hazley Crawford. He was complimentary to all of the people, and those are people that we can look up to and do what we're doing. And none of that would have been possible without the stick-to-itiveness of Shamfa Kojo Lewis. That is the woman to do this work. If you're checking the papers again today, you know what you would see? Child and Gender Affairs training for state-home caregivers. You know what ministry that coming from? Child and Gender Affairs. Who running that? Like only read the papers in truth. So while she up and down campaign, you see how she fit and trim? While she up and down running up Zion Hill and running back down, all kind of thing. What she here? She was still having time to do the work of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. I have plenty more to talk and I will come back and do it. But as I leave, I want all to just do this for me. If it's one thing I'll take from what I tell you all today, just do this for me. When all you wake up on election morning and you say your prayers and you walk out your house and you're going, whether it's in Tobago East, who you voting for in Tobago East? Ayana Webster. And when it's down in Tobago West, who you voting for in Tobago West? Shamfa Kojo Lewis. And you remember that a member of your own family, Tobago family, come and tell you the things you didn't know about, how hard they does work behind the scenes to get things for you. You will close your eye, grab the ballot paper, grab your X, watch the PNM Balize, stamp it, only stamp it once. Only stamp it once. No, give too much. Hold on, wait. Stamp it once. Let me not go back. Or just stamp it once. And as the song say, ram your finger down all up here, so. All up, all up, all, look, all. And when you're done with that, you're done work yet, you know. You're going home. And you're calling every one of your other PNM people who were supposed to look red from here to here and make sure they go and vote. And when you're done with that, then you could sit down in your house, draw for your cricks, pull for a good Morby with ice, a proper Morby with ice, and watch the results. And as the results come out, and your heart start to raise, and you're ready for them, you could join in the song of praise and say, great is the PNM, great is the PNM, great is the PNM, and we shall.
Because I ready me up for the task. Because I ready to come, ready to wave, ready to vote, ready to make we name, all ready to fight hard and save God from uptown to your yard. We don't pick we side, we ready to ride.
Brothers and sisters, you're here, man. Let me tell you something here. Every single Tobagonian member of parliament, whether he's in the House of Representatives or in the Senate, has a tradition of being very articulate. We had to make sure after the 28th that tradition remains. Because we have some who trying to go there, who up to now for this entire election cannot stand on a platform and give a full speech yet. And we had to make the call very clear. You see those two access centers, that the money, the people's money, taxpayers' money has been spent on for the benefit of taxpayers in Delaford and Blackrock. Communities, residents of Delaford, pick up your phone and call the chief secretary, who from country, call the deputy chief secretary, who from country, call your area representative, who from country, and tell them you want your access center open because you want use of it. It's our money, spend for it. And call the area representative for Plymouth, Blackrock, and the secretary for sports and community development who trying to fight up in big people fight. Call them and tell them you want the use of your access centers because it's your money spent to build them. Stop playing games and get serious about the governance of Tobago. Brothers and sisters, we're keeping it going. And we have a young man who also kept that tradition going of being very articulate when he stood up in the parliament. A young man who came on the scene, very young, very bright. I saw a picture with him where his suit in Republic Bank was bigger than him them days. But he has grown into the suit. Not only the suit, but he has grown into the position. And so, brothers and sisters, I want you to put your hands together. Make some noise for the political leader of the Tobago Council and deputy political leader of the People's National Movement, Brother Ansel Dennis.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Brother Hislop, PRO of the Tobago Council of the People's National Movement. Of course, let me start by recognizing our distinguished Tobago boy, former Prime Minister and political leader of the People's National Movement, Dr. Keith Rowley. Other members of the party executive, we have Assistant General Secretary here, Ms. Patricia Alexis. Give her a warm Tobago welcome. our candidates for Tobago East, Mrs. Ayana Webster Roy, our Tobago West candidate, Fiery Shamfa Kojo Lewis, Minority Leader, the distinguished Assemblyman Kelvin Morris, special recognition to my mentor and my friend, former Chief Secretary, former Tobago Council political leader, Mr. Orville London, former Chairman, former parliamentarian, Brother Stanford Calenda, this evening's youth speaker, and of course we have a long, powerful tradition of eloquent youth speakers during this campaign. Put your hands together for Ms. Shawne John. And you, the proud members and supporters of the People's National Movement, make some noise. And maybe I should start by saying to all of us, Happy Easter. It is Easter Saturday, and yet hundreds of you have made it your business to be here in Goodwood to hear the message, to hear the platform of the People's National Movement here in Tobago. And I want to say that demonstrates your commitment not only to this party, but your commitment to island and country. Because as a member and as a supporter of the People's National Movement, you are in fact in association with the best political party in the region. And when I say that, those are not just words, because if you examine the track record of the People's National Movement, it demonstrates that we have managed the affairs of this country for the last 10 years with responsibility, with vision, and with stability. And right here in Tobago, there is specific evidence of the PNM's commitment to this island. Because when you examine the Tobago situation for the last 3 years alone, there has been an investment of over $3 billion on this island of Tobago by this central government under the People's National Movement. And there are those who will engage in all kinds of old talk, saying to you that the People's National Movement has done nothing for Tobago. But I'm saying if you examine it and you look at the evidence that is before your very eyes, from the spanking new recently completed A&R Robinson Terminal Airport building to the 2 new fast ferries serving the inter-island sea bridge at this point in time, to the hospital in Roxborough, to the 2 police stations on the island, to the fire station, and all the development that came here as a result of the PNM's commitment to this island, then the evidence is clear. And you must ask yourself the question, how is it that Tobago was given such favor during that period? And of course, we must admit that we had for the last 9 years up until just about a month ago, a Tobago-born Prime Minister, a Tobago man of vision, a man of caliber that deliberately prioritized the development of Tobago. But in addition to that, we also had the opportunity from 2015 to now to be represented by 2 of the finest young ladies in the country in the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago. And Minister Bacchus went through a long list of programs and development that came as a result of these young ladies sitting before the cabinet table and speaking on your behalf. And you have those on the other side opposing to the PNM, saying to you, the people, that they want you to send them there to negotiate for Tobago autonomy, among other things. And I want you to say to them the next time they come, don't run them out your house. Talk to them and say to them and ask them, you think we're stupid? Because I'm saying, we in Tobago must acknowledge that we are far better off with an opportunity to have 2 of our MPs sitting in the government. And there are only 2 possibilities for the 2 MPs on the other side if they make it to the parliament, the 2 candidates. It is either they will join with the UNC and continue the betrayal and the sellout of you, the people of Tobago, or of course they will go to the parliament and behave like mumus as they have done throughout this campaign. Because if you were to take a look at what has been happening on the TPP platform, it is big mumu in the east, little mumu in the west, hiding behind the shadows of the liardest chief secretary in the history of Tobago. And there you have Farley dominating the platform, speaking for over an hour, while the 2 candidates could barely muster up a 5-minute speech. And there is in fact one of them, he comes to every meeting with a written speech, and he dares not take his eyes off the paper because it will be disaster. And I'm saying to you, the people of Tobago, you have to determine if you want to continue with the good representation and the results that we have had for the last 10 years, or if you want to take a gamble with our future and the future of this country. Because you see, elections are always about options and comparisons. You have to compare and you have to contrast. And the first comparison I want you to take into consideration, with 9 days to go before we get to the polls, is the PNM versus the UNC. Because I had the pleasure of being appointed a senator for a short period of time before the parliament was dissolved by Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley. And while there, I saw the UNC's conduct, the conduct of the UNC senators in the parliament. You see, before I looked on from outside, and I watched the news and I read the newspapers, and I heard about their misbehavior. I heard about the fact that they refused for the last 10 years to support any legislation, especially those geared towards treating with crime. I heard about their unpatriotism. I heard about every single thing that they did to demonstrate a lack of integrity and a lack of leadership qualities. But during that short period of time, I had the opportunity to see for myself the conduct of people like Anil Roberts and Damian Lyda and Jerlene John and others sitting there in the parliament. And I could say to you without fear of contradiction that they spent the last term and perhaps the entire 10 years in the opposition undermining not only the government, but undermining you, the people of Trinidad and Tobago. So therefore, when we compare the UNC and the PNM, it should be a no contest. But the other comparison you must make is the option for Prime Minister of this country. Because the PNM's option presented to you, the people of Trinidad and Tobago, is a man with 10 years of experience in governance, an eloquent man, a man of integrity, a man of good character, a man who works hard and have worked hard on behalf of you, the people of this country, whether as Minister of National Security or Minister of Energy or minister in the office of the Prime Minister, he has distinguished himself as a servant of you, the people of Trinidad and Tobago. But compare that to whom the UNC is offering and whom Fali Augustine is supporting in Tobago. Compare Stuart Young to Mrs. Kamla Prasad Bisesa. Compare the quality of her speech. Let's start there. Compare the fact that she could barely come to a platform and sound coherent and sound sensible. Compare the attitude towards work, where we heard during her stint as Prime Minister from 2010 to 2015, she worked 2 days a week. And for those 2 days in the week that she worked, her work period didn't surpass 2 hours. And why she did that, why she was absent from the job, we are still reeling from the misconduct and the corruption that took place under her leadership. And you Tobagonians must ask yourself the question, is this who you want as Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago? So with 9 days to go, I am saying to you that it is your duty, because you owe it to yourselves, you owe it to your children, you owe it to your grandchildren, to ensure that this country continues to have stable and responsible leadership that can only be found in the People's National Movement. The final thing I want to tell you, Tobagonians especially, because I'm hearing a lot of talk about back pay and who offering 10% and who offering 15%. And I'm saying to you, be extremely careful, because I don't want you to make the mistake and think only about back pay. You also have to think about payback, because the money to pay the back pay must come from somewhere. And my maths, when I did it, it tells me that a 10% to 15% increase will cost this country over $6 billion to pay the back pay alone. And the question has to be asked, can the country afford that? And don't take it from me. Don't take the answer from any one of us on the platform. Listen to the learned economists in this country. Listen to the qualified professionals, all of whom have said a promise of 10 to 15% back pay is not only irresponsible, but it is foolish mamagai. And you, the people of Tobago, cannot afford to fall for that. Therefore, you have the option of responding to a responsible offer from this government, because we examine the situation. And I'm saying to you, being there for the last 10 years, leading this country through some of the most difficult times. You remembered the pandemic. You remembered how Dr. Rowley led us through that stormy period. You remembered the situation in 2015, where as soon as we came into office, the energy prices crashed and the revenue of this country diminished significantly. And you recall that this government led us through that period responsibly. We took decisions on behalf of the entire country to ensure that we did not end up in the hands of the IMF. And I'm saying to you, finally, that this country is under threat. Because examine the situation in the world. You have information at your fingertips, so you have no excuse for being misled by the likes of Fali Augustine and Kamla Prasad Bisesa. Examine the situation in the world. We live in a volatile world. We live in an unpredictable world. And when the situation is unpredictable and volatile, you need stable and experienced hands managing the situation. So, in Tobago, we have the two on the other side, as I said before, the big Momo and the little Momo, endorsed by the liar chief secretary. And I just told you all the things that you should vote for. Vote for the PNM based on its track record. Vote for our two candidates based on their track record and their experience. Vote for the PNM's policies going forward. Vote for a marina in Tobago. Vote for a Sandals resort in Tobago. Vote for a Marriott hotel in Tobago. Vote for a brand new cargo vessel. Vote for development for Tobago. And you have all of those things to vote for. But I'm saying to you, there are also things for you to vote against. Because right now, as we speak, there is an arrangement between the blue people in Tobago and the yellow people in Trinidad to sell us out. And the sellout didn't start just last week when you heard the recording. The sellout started on December the 6th, 2021. Because as soon as Farley Augustine got his hands on power, he collapsed the Tobago construction sector. He collapsed the Tobago economy, taking away 2,000 plus jobs from young men and young women on this island. He fired over 300 Tobagonians, and he did all of that based on an agreement and based on private secret negotiations with Mrs. Kamla Persad Bissessa. And if that was not bad enough, Tobago recently had an opportunity to get greater autonomy. And it was the hard work of that gentleman sitting there, Mr. Orville London, leading the THA through a period of long consultations, meetings after meetings, dozens of consultations, until we arrived at a consensus. And that consensus, in the form of a bill, was sent to a cabinet led by Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley. And the parliament, through a joint select committee, continued to work. And they arrived at two bills. One bill to amend the constitution and one bill to replace the Tobago House of Assembly Act called the Tobago Island Government Bill. And those bills guaranteed us law-making powers for the first time. Those bills guaranteed us an additional $1.5 billion per year in money available to the government here in Tobago to develop you, the people. And if you bring that down to the basic of maths, it will amount to approximately $100,000 per household. And I'm saying to you that Farley Augustine, through an arrangement, through an agreement with Mrs. Kamla Persad Bissessa, undermined that entire process. As a matter of fact, he waited until the morning of the debate to send a text to the Prime Minister and other parliamentarians signaling to them to withdraw any kind of support for the bill. And due to that sellout, you, the people of Tobago, are now disadvantaged to the tune of $1.5 billion per year. And had that bill passed, because it is interesting that at every opportunity this chief secretary has to speak, he talks about Tobago not having enough money and Tobago not having enough resources and the central government withholding money from Tobago. That is a lie. Because the record will show that this THA administration has received over $1 billion more than the former THA for a comparable period. And therefore they have absolutely no excuse. It has nothing to do with money available. It has to do with their priorities. They prefer to sell us out, spend our entire development budget hiring contractors from Trinidad. They prefer to spend $25 million in overseas travel alone. They prefer to mismanage and misuse the resources available to them. And then they want to complain. What kind of hypocrite can you be to undermine our opportunity, our best opportunity for additional resources and lawmaking powers? than to mount a platform to lie to you, the people of Tobago, saying that the central government holding them back and the central government not sending enough resources. Lie. But that is what they do because they have no vision, they have no plan for you, the people of Tobago. So all they do is mismanage. All they do is engage in corruption. All they do is engage in selling us out, and they try to blame everybody else except themselves for their failures. And I'm saying make those comparisons and compare their behavior to the actions of the PNM, where we take responsibility for this country, where we manage the affairs of this country based on a solid vision and based on a plan. So for the next 9 days, I'm saying to all of you, that you have a responsibility to do all in your power to save Tobago and to save Trinidad and Tobago from the corrupt hands of the United National Criminals. And I'm saying for the next 9 days, you must go out into the highways, go into the communities, go on every street, from the streets in Charlottesville to the streets in Crown Point. Knock on every door, whether they supported PNM the last time or whether they supported PDP, and ensure you say to them that on this occasion, Tobago is at stake, Trinidad and Tobago is at stake, your future is at stake, my future is at stake, and ensure that we protect this country and that we reclaim our space in Tobago, and only then will we be able to say on April the 28th, great is the PNM, great is the PNM, great is the PNM, and we have prevailed.
Sweeping time. Sweeping time. Oh, sweeping time.
PNM people, make some noise from an Ansel Dennis. So we have some entertainment coming up. But I want to share something with you just before the entertainment comes on. You all know what's the symbol of the other major party in this election in Tobago? You know what it is, what the symbol is? The symbol is an anchor. But I want to share something with all you this evening. That anchors can cause significant problems, particularly for ecosystems and vessels themselves. An anchor can cause environmental damage, physical damage, dislodgement. Anchors can dislodge existing coral and damage seabed. Anchors can cause long-term damage to reefs. And I remember saying something to some people in Roxborough. We're not even pulling up the anchor. We're cutting the anchor clean. Because, brothers and sisters, the only party that is keeping back the development of Tobago is that party whose symbol is the anchor. They're keeping back Tobago. Because when a ship has to sail, it has to get rid of its anchor. And since December 2021, the ship of Tobago has been sinking under the management of those people in the Tobago House of Assembly. So brothers and sisters, make your decision carefully on April 28th and vote for who?
PNM.
Who we voting in Tobago East?
PNM.
Who we voting for in Tobago West?
PNM.
Who is your prime ministerial candidate?
PNM.
Because ask them on the other side who they're supporting as prime minister. They say they're going on their own. The first thing we hear they say is that we hear a conversation underneath a table. And then the conversation moved from that to them saying that they're on their own. Brothers and sisters, Brother Bacchus tell you the only way to get proper development in Tobago is to be part of the government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. The only way we can do that is with Ayana and Shamfa. But we're going to break the speeches now. And I want to bring on a man who entertained us in Signal Hill. Some good kaiso. And so I wanted to make some noise again for Tobago Chucky as he brings to us, how the thing go wrong, wherever the song is. But make some noise for Tobago Chucky, Brother Alex Gift. DJ, in the meantime, let me see the flags down the center aisle as we lift the spirit some more in Goodwood. PNM people, how you feeling? PNM people, how you feeling? Come, Mr. DJ.
Listen, good night, Goodwood. fun. It took Fali 4 long years to feel Tobagonians' pain. So he built a roundabout, he said, to ease up the traffic strain. I was so happy when he became the chief secretary. Why I run and tell everybody, there goes a man with integrity. But my brother, I'm telling you that I don't care if you get angry. I just come and sing fearlessly. He know me, afraid nobody. So I want Tobagonians to bear with me while I list the facts as I see. So you will be able to see clearly, to stain your finger carefully. For the first time in Tobago's history, that a sitting chief secretary was investigated for talking loud on a walkie-talkie. Voices sounding so plain, hearing them again and again. I thought I was going insane. I feel I can't trust that boy again. And when pressured and questioned by the media about that whistleblower, he came out bold and brave and tell me I know that fella. But when he realized jail coming and blue clothes he might be wearing, he quickly run on TV admitting, it's my voice all I hear talking. Boy, I'm feeling shame. I'm feeling shame. He making me feel to do go and vote again. I'm feeling shame. Looking on TV, making deals again. I'm feeling so shame. I'm feeling so roundabout turn again. I'm feeling shame. Punch in. Oh, well, you are feeling shame? Ayana. Different turn 3 years and 4 months ago, analyzing things and watching them on the low. How he taking bread secretly from who supporting a next party, then telling we publicly they were a drain on the treasury. He took a turn quite down by that go and bounced on people just so. Some still can't survive that blow. Look, others end up in casino. Vanos and Hotroy, he passed them straight and left them outside the gate. Hotroy grieved and left cause he couldn't wait. And Vanos says, a liar, you're getting late, boy, you're a fake. He quickly drove his car down by CPEP. His license was not 1 year yet. And bounced down workers there in the process. Some car recover as yet. Then he drove around by forestry and licked down people suddenly. Some got injured so badly, and he has shown no kind of mercy. By the hospital up in casualty, we had an emergency. So he picked up nurses from all over to fill up some vacancy. Then he slammed the brakes on them suddenly, causing one big catastrophe. Now he looking like that mouse called Mickey. No direction, no policy. He's a duppy, boy, I'm feeling shame. I'm feeling shame. You're making me feel to do go and vote again. I'm feeling shame. Go try Charles turning in the grave. A shame, a shame. I'm feeling to roundabout turn again. Champa, you're feeling shame. Ravira. I promised Filka I would stop singing politics. I will refrain from giving politicians licks. I was going and sing a humor like Papa P, Guma and Punchin, and leave the ridiculing for Giselle, Wendy and Queen Roslyn. But when I see that roundabout have no pedestrians crossing, Look how young and old people scampering to go across the licensing. Watch all the markings and the paintings, where to go, I still wondering. The traffic light was kinda guiding me in which direction I should be going. Them contractors get so many millions, all of them were Trinidadians. Yet he promised fellow Tobagonians that they would get their portion. So much millions gone down the drain to stop flooding all around. Yet when heavy rains come down, the water still can't find place to run. He put a driver with no heavy tea to run Stolly Park Quarry. He only have a class 3, he can't even talk properly. He took a Bali, and what's going on there presently? I hear Spanish frequent there secretly, dancing on pole with bikini. If you see Bamsi, I'm feeling shame. I'm feeling shame. They're making me feel to go and vote again. I'm feeling shame. Terry Baines tell me he not going and preach there again. I'm feeling so shame. I'm feeling so. Mr. Lewis, you ain't shame. Punching. Look. I was going and shut my mouth and pretend I ain't seen nothing. Keep a low profile and watch Calypsonians sing. Minding my own business and don't take on no stupidness. Leave them to do dotishness and let Tobagonians perish. But my duty as a Calypsonian is to let the world understand Tobago is a sweet island, the only gem of the Caribbean. So it's time to stop all this corruption, thief in murder and confusion, and replace the gun with Bible in hand and be that fake politician. Because as soon as he got in office, he started acting biggish. Like old people say, he get foppish. How the hell he gets so mannish? He is the Tobago leader, and he's not the prime minister. Just a gentle reminder, he was just a young school teacher. And why he can't talk to that secretary for breeding his own secretary? Is it because he hiding something or feeding him secretly? I remembered what he said before, that no one is above the law. So then why he plastering every saw and putting values out the door? I'm not sure, I'm feeling shame. Jumper, I'm feeling shame. They're making me feel to go and vote again. I'm feeling shame. Look how they're fooling, not see again. I'm feeling so shame. I'm feeling so roundabout. Look, I feel, don't get tired up with that TPP. They're a branch of the UNC. Look, I took a walk in the country. They say, Ayana, she win already. Now she coming up against Shampa. He go feel the weight of the steamroller. Look, Vera and Filter, my bestie. They ain't taking no chance with that boy not see. Well, me and my whole family, we voting the PNM party. Thank you.
Come on, brothers and sisters, put your hands together again for Mr. Alex Gift. A feeling shame. And for many of us, this administration has made Tobago and Tobagonians ashamed. I think the first time in history, they have done some things that are so obscene to make us all ashamed. Remember Audio Gate 1, 2, 3, 4 and counting, plotting to undermine Tobago businessmen, destroy Tobago businessmen, and shape the narrative. A feeling shame, brothers and sisters. Remember, this is the first time in history where we had a THA sitting that could not be convened because there was no clerk of the house. A feeling shame. A feeling shame, brothers and sisters, when we have an assistant secretary of tourism going to another Caribbean island inviting visitors to sleep on the beach. A feeling shame. But brothers and sisters, we have two standard bearers, two warriors that will continue to fight in the parliament for Tobago East and Tobago West. And to introduce our first standard bearer, I want to call on stage a bold, brave young man to welcome the incoming Member of Parliament, Mrs. Shamfa Cajole-Lewis. Brothers and sisters, put your hands together and welcome Mr. Daniel Wilson.
Tobago East, how you feeling?
People of TNT, we go follow Rowley.
Brothers and sisters, from the streets of Bethel to the Red House gates, we've seen a leader who elevates and continues to dominate. With roots in the soil and fire in her stride, she moves with purpose and with you, the people, as her guide. She's bold, she's brilliant, and for 9 years she's been true. And on April 28, 2025, we're sending she back to lead me and you. Brothers and sisters, make some noise and help me welcome the Honorable Shamfa Cajole-Lewis.
Hey, we got this. Hey, hey. I cannot wait for election morning. Tell them why. I depend down to me elbow, darling. From Stateside to Canaan, we're making it through this moment. You are the reason. Higher and higher heights is our limit. Though we ain't leaving.
Thank you, PNM family. PNM family. Thank you for such a warm welcome. I want to recognize our distinguished political leader, Dr. the Honorable Keith Christopher Rowley. Our Tobago political leader, Mr. Ansel Dennis. I want to recognize, of course, my sister in service, Mrs. Ayana Webster Roy. All other officers of our great party, I want to especially salute Mr. Orville London, former political leader, former chief secretary. My dear friend, Mr. Stanford Calendar, former member of Parliament for Tobago West and chairman of this great party for the Tobago Council. All other persons who have served in the Assembly, brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen, those tuning in through social media and traditional media, thank you for joining us in the Love Party this evening. We are the People's National Movement.
PNM.
What is the People's National Movement? A national movement for the people. We are a political party for all the people, cutting across class, race, economic background, religion. We are the People's National Movement. We have been that way from inception to date. I stand before you a proud product of this great party. I stand before you as one of 41 standard bearers, standing in defense of all democracy, about to face the general elections of 2025, representing you, bringing to Trinidad and Tobago the very best that each constituency has to offer. We are the only political party who has fielded 41 candidates in 41 constituencies, and that has been our record. From 1956 to date, we are the People's National Movement. 69 years long, 69 years strong. We have contested every single seat in every single election, and that sets us apart. Because even in the constituencies, some of them we know we wouldn't win, but we didn't give you a candidate because the candidate is popular. We gave you a candidate. We went there and we interviewed and we looked for a candidate who was the best, who is always the best to offer for the country, for the constituency, because we are the People's National Movement and we are in the nation-building business. We give to you intelligent leadership. We give to you responsible stewardship. We stand in the gap for the people of Trinidad and Tobago, improving the lot, always enhancing the standard of living for each and every one of us, strengthening our economy so we can afford our citizens countless opportunities. We are the People's National Movement who brought to you GATE so that we can educate our children. I come from a time and space where we did not always have GATE. It's interesting when I meet young people today and they feel like they have nothing to vote for. I ask them, what school did you attend? And they say Speyside High or Goodwood High. And what you plan to do next? I'm going to UE to study to be a nurse. All on the back of the People's National Movement. Even going to Speyside High or Goodwood High couldn't have been possible without the People's National Movement. We've built the schools. We've built the community centers. We put lights in the recreational spaces. We are the People's National Movement who brought to Tobago our first public swimming pools. You name it, we can claim it. We are the People's National Movement who provide disability grants and senior citizens grants to our seniors, technical support and financial support to our businesses. We are the People's National Movement who created Myelat CCC. You name it. We can claim it. The People's National Movement. Opportunities for everybody, whether you like us or not, whether you vote for us or not. We stand in the gap for everybody. In Tobago, closer to home, we can boast of so much, from developing the venture capital program to support our businesses when they were in trouble. We talk about the YES program under the Division of Finance, which is still alive for today, preparing young people for the world of work and exposing them to the world of business. The OJT program, giving them their first work experience. I remember when Mr. Orville Delano London, as Chief Secretary, started the program to assist those who already had GATE to have finances to cover their accommodation and other personal expenses, so we in Tobago get something more. I remember also under Mr. London's leadership where he negotiated with the UE to ensure that we had spots in the medical program every year. Spots were saved so that all children from Tobago can go to study to be doctors at UE. We go the extra mile. We go the extra distance. That is why we can safely say, great is the PNM. We invested in building small homegrown contractors, providing spaces and finances for entrepreneurs so that they can grow and we can have business people to call our own. We are the People's National Movement who delivered right in my constituency of Tobago West, the Cove Eco-Industrial Park. Something that we can boast of, to provide opportunity for all local business people. We understand that as a party and as a government, we are not only building for today, we are building for tomorrow with a bigger picture in mind to create opportunity and improve the lot for all the people of Trinidad and Tobago. We have seen how People's National Movement policy changes and transforms lives. We see it, we breathe it, we live it. Tobago is all the better because of the investments of the People's National Movement over the years in our community. So today, we stand at a crossroads, brothers and sisters. Once again, depending on you to make an informed decision, depending on you to make an educated decision, depending on you to make a wise decision as to what direction our country would head next, who would manage the state of affairs, who would safeguard our treasury. And it boils down to two parties, the People's National Movement or the UNC. Our opponents are trying to fool us, mislead us, misinform us, use and even abuse us once again. For 4 years, or should I say after 4 years and $10 billion later, what does Tobagonians have to show? What do we have to show? Today we are up against the TPP. What does the TPP have to show to Tobagonians for their stewardship? We can speak to a stage in the sea. We can speak to a road to nowhere that they're hustling to try to finish up now because it's election time. But after that, that's about it. That's about it. They have given us nothing, precious nothing, but yet they want to mislead us again. When they were in opposition, they told us they will fix it. They had the answers to everything. And now here they are, and they sit back, and their excuses is because of the central government. Now they are trying to fool us once again to come with them. They are trying to lead us to the chaotic, confused, corrupt queendom of Kamala. But we ought to know better, brothers and sisters, as we say, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. And I hear them going the distance trying to tell us, come with us. Let's go make friends with Kamala because Kamala cares. Kamala would give us more. They claim that they didn't get to perform in Tobago because they didn't get enough. I'm talking about $10 billion later. They claim they didn't get enough from central government. And if we go with them under the hands of Kamala, Kamala would give us more because Kamala cares. But we big and we have sense. And 10 years ago is not too far ago. Because if they can tell you stories about Dr. Eric Williams and what happened in those days, I know they could remember a mere 10 years ago. We need to remind them that when they had the opportunity, when the UNC had the opportunity to deliver to Tobago, they gave us our 4% and just our 4%. And they rounded it off to the cent. Nothing extra, no extra projects, no additional programs to show this care. A matter of fact, many of the programs to foster development were shelved. Today, it took the People's National Movement to come into government to deliver all the projects that had already been approved under Patrick Manning that was shelved by Kamala. I speak about the wastewater treatment plants in the Bonaccord area, $132 million investment, already awarded, shelved by Kamala. It took this People's National Movement to bring that project to fruition. We talk about the desilting of the Hillsborough Dam, shelved, ignored by the UNC. It took the People's National Movement to award and deliver that contract. Let's talk about the Shervan and the Roxborough police station. I remember being an opposition senator asking the question to John Sandy, when would this project be built? And his answer was always soon. And I would ask, how soon? He said, very soon. The whole 5 years passed, and those projects were not delivered. It took the People's National Movement, central government, to come into power to deliver to the people of Tobago. Shervan Police Station, a replacement for the old, rickety, old Grange Police Station as we knew it. We also delivered the Roxborough Police Station, the Roxborough Administrative Complex, the Roxborough Hospital, the Dwight York Stadium. When we received the Dwight York Stadium in 2015, it was in a state of disrepair to the point that Watson Duke and his friends and the people of OSHA had shut down Dwight York Stadium. It took the People's National Movement to refurbish Dwight York Stadium and bring it back to life. So when they tell you, let's go with Kamala, Kamala cares, let's remind them of what we experienced under Kamala and the UNC. We remember the interruptions of the inter-island ferry. Whenever a cruise ship came in, we had no ferry service between Trinidad and Tobago, no cargo service between Trinidad and Tobago. It took the People's National Movement to make that huge investment to buy us not one, but two spanking new world-class ferries that we own, brothers and sisters. And you would remember, this one isn't even 10 years ago. This is a mere 3, 4, 5 years ago, when we took the decision to expand the A&R Robinson International Airport. They said it was too much money to spend on Tobago. $2.1 billion was too much money to invest in Tobago, but we decided that we are going to make this investment. During the UNC's time on La Kamla, I'm sure you can remember when they galvanized the airport and gave us the impression that there was work taking place behind the galvanized fence and there was nothing, precious nothing. You would remember when we had to use a metal slide to transport our bags. I know you remember. So when they tell you Kamala cares, and when UNC win, everybody win, tell them we know that that is a lie. As the person on social media said, when UNC win, the thieving begins and everybody suffers. Today they promise us better national security. This is the same UNC that canceled the OPVs. Now they are telling us national security would be about putting us behind tall walls and gates. Tell them we know better. This is the same UNC that cut off Tobago from the National Commission of Self-Help Grant in 2013 after the 12-0. It took the People's National Movement to bring back Tobago onto self-help in 2016. And the list goes on, brothers and sisters. I want you to tell them that we are up, we are aware, and we really do remember. For us, the People's National Movement is not about political gimmicks and suffering Tobago for political expediency. It's always about strengthening the Tobago economy, developing Tobagonians in a developing Tobago, making opportunities available to all Tobagonians to improve our quality of life, for us to prosper and for us to grow. And it's in that same vein that Ayana Webster Roy of Tobago East and Shamfa Shaki Kojo Lewis of Tobago West work with our colleagues in the central government to deliver, to serve, to represent. These two young ladies, as they call us, some of them want to call us little girls, but we sat on the table at the cabinet and delivered NEDCO grants to our young people. Just a couple months ago, 39 Tobagonians benefited from $20,000 apiece to support their businesses. We gave to Tobago over $25 million in home construction and home refurbishment grants, to the point that just last week we delivered to another 56 recipients. We delivered to Tobago businesses grants from the Ministry of Trade and Industry. If you talk to Master Kabla and those who operate under the Tobago Sweet Treats Initiative, they would tell you We delivered booster stations so that the guest houses in Crown Point and Bunnacord can benefit and have a reliable supply of water. We delivered improved water supply to communities like Culloden, to Golden Lane, to Plymouth. Under the People's National Movement, we provided lights to Big Stick Gully and lights to Pigot Trace in Canby for the very first time. Ayana Webster Roy and Shamfa Shaki Kojo Lewis at the table, at the cabinet, provided $100,000 grants to Tobago farmers, to people like Lindsay Edwards, Josepha Patience, and Edmund Joseph, and the list goes on, and provided support to cultural groups so that they can enhance their space to protect the Tobago heritage, to preserve our culture, and to teach to Tobagonians. I'm talking about Drummers of Tobago and Youth Quake right there in Canby. We delivered support to our athletes like tennis sensation Makeda Bade and Darren Douglas, table tennis sensation hailing out of Signal Hill. We delivered Empower TT for our young men who have dropped out of school and looking for direction. 6 months of mentorship and apprenticeship, putting them in the right direction. We delivered the Boss Lady Project, exposing women to a host of different skills so that they can set up their own businesses and giving them seed funding. We provide the Youth Lead program to expose our youngsters to the world of work. The proof is in the pudding. And these projects and initiatives are not new. Most of them are over 3, 4, 5 years old, so you know it is not just because there is an election. We have been constant and consistent, serving you, representing you, delivering to the people of Tobago. No hiding, no dodging, and no excuses. We do not say to you, well, I couldn't fix your road because I'm the assistant secretary and the power is really with Trevor. We didn't say to you, well, even though now I'm a secretary, the athlete had to go to WASP because he's responsible for sport. We make no excuses. There is no hiding. There is no dodging. Just service, delivery, and representation. When you call our phones, we answer. We have been active and accessible in our communities, in and out of election season, constituency day, roving public day, walkabouts each month, hamper support when it's Christmas time or not, providing school books, school uniforms, school sneakers, backpacks to your children each year to go back to school. We are strong, stable, and solid, selflessly serving Tobago, representation you can trust, right there with you, brothers and sisters. So as we enter this new chapter, we bring to you the experience of taking our economy from a time when a barrel of oil was only $1, and we feared a recession, and many said, let's go to the IMF. And we said, we are going to administer our own medicine. We are going to ride the wave. We are going to make the hard decisions and take the necessary actions to bring you out strong. We faced COVID. We stood up solid and we brought you out strong, brothers and sisters. So in this new chapter, we are exploring new economic opportunities. We promise you a beautiful and bountiful journey. We are going to expand the social safety net, revising our food support system and disability grant, cutting out the disincentives so that we can provide support, additional support also to those who need it most. We are going to provide additional support, especially to tertiary level students from Tobago, to assist them with their accommodation when they come down to Trinidad to study. We are going to expand youth programs that are now available in the Ministry of Youth so it can be afforded to our youngsters here in Tobago, giving our young people something meaningful to do. Incentives for new home owners so that our young people can own homes at an earlier age, providing lots, providing incentives so that they can make that investment earlier. providing daycare support for public servants right at work so your children can have a place to stay and be watched and be nurtured while you work. We are going to expand home care for seniors. I've met so many families and so many young people who have to take time off to stay home with the elderly because the Tobago House of Assembly had cut out the program. We are going to expand what exists in Trinidad to Tobago so that you can benefit from all that we have to offer. Building a brighter future not only for our youth but also for our senior. We talk about dial-a-ride, where you can call transportation to take the elders to the health centers, community gyms in our community centers for our seniors, sporting programs for all schools, and we expand the swimming program for the young people of our communities like we are already doing at the YMCA in Blackrock. Early intervention for the children who have learning disabilities and ADHD and so on. We are going to use our local farmers in order to make the National School Feeding Program more healthy and give them a more reliable line of business. It's about supporting, bolstering, making Tobago's economy more robust, so we bring to you again the Sandals Initiative, because it is more than hotel accommodation. It's about jobs and business opportunities for Tobagonians. We bring to you the Marina Project so that our young men and women can be employed in meaningful employment and be champions of industry right here in Tobago. And along with that, the relevant programs to give them the necessary certification so that they can lead. This is a platform of integrity. This is a platform and a party of truth, and we are all about providing opportunities for each and everybody. You listen to the other side, they are long on promises and short on commitment, long on expenditure and short on income. You ask them where they're getting the money and they say blah, 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 blah. We would find that they cannot tell you where and they cannot tell you how, but we are the people's national movement. We are serious about the people's business. I want you to look those in blue in the eyes and tell them that we are not stupid and we are not for sale. This is serious business. This is about feeding our children. This is about providing education for our young people. It's about helping Tobagonians to develop and expand their businesses towards a stronger Tobago economy. We are the people's national movement, and we are still and will always be in the nation building business. We are not for sale. As much as they come bearing gifts, brothers and sisters, I tell you all the time, take it. But on election day, go to the polls and let your voices be heard. Put your X by the balize. We will not stay home. As much as they invest in these bloggers and these influencers to try to get you to stay away from the polls, we will not stay home. We will vote. We will vote on April 28th. Everybody who's 18 years and over, we will vote. This is a clarion call for you brothers and sisters to call a neighbor, tell a friend, bring out your family members, bring out the children, bring out those who are 18 years and over to make their way to the polls. It is your time to do what only you can do for yourself. I said it before, and I will say it again. There are some people who are offended by it, but I tell you, when Keisha stays home in Tobago West, Savitri in Siparia goes to the polls and vote. It is your business to mind your business and make your way to the polls and vote. Only you can vote for you. Only you can preserve that brighter future. Today we stand in the gap for every worker who is being intimidated and being told don't go to the PNM meetings and don't post on social media, don't even like a post. Let them know we will vote, and we are counting on them. Don't risk your job. Don't worry with them. Don't like no polls, but on election day, make it to the polls and vote. Today we stand in the gap for every CPEP worker and every URP worker who have to report to their political meetings in order to keep their work. We will vote, and we are counting on them to go out and vote too. Today we stand in the gap for every man and woman who has been sent home and being told to wait on a call. We would call you soon. Go out there and vote. It is our business to have our voices heard at the polls. Today we stand in the gap for all the youngsters who didn't know better. They were promised permanent jobs, even without qualification, and today they have to settle for a dose of 10 on, 10 off. Let them know we will vote. We will vote. We will not stay home. Every single one of us would make our way out to the polls, and we would vote. So after the spending, after the mamagaying, after the bullying and the partying offered to you by the UNC, make it your business. Go to the polls, brothers and sisters, and vote. Elections are won on election day. When each and every one of us get up early and go out to the polls and vote. I've been to too many households where the people say, yeah, we know you're all right, you go win, man, don't worry, I know you're gonna make it. And those who were saying, I wasn't planning to go because I know you're safe. Brothers and sisters, mind your business. Get up, get out there and vote. I like to use the example of Donald Trump in the US because there are those who didn't support Trump. They supported Kamala, and they stayed home because they thought that she was safe. They were looking at the numbers and the fanciness of the conventions on the TV, and we felt sure that she would win. And on election night, we ended up with something else, and those who did not vote now have to live with the policies now implemented by Donald Trump to cause them to suffer because they did not get out of their homes and go out there and vote. This is a clarion call for each and every one of you. Be responsible. Don't just be read and ready. We call on you to also be responsible. Get up, go out early and put your X by the Balize. Vote for leaders of integrity. Vote for a strong party. Vote for the People's National Movement. Vote for on election day, brothers and sisters, when all is said and done, we've counted our votes and victory is won. We come back here, we'll go to Market Square where we greatly sing our song. Great is the PNM, great is the PNM, great is the PNM, and we shall prevail. I thank you.
I cannot wait for election morning. Tell them why. And they been down to me elbow, darling. From Smithside to Kent.
Yeah, the people, let's hear it again for Sister Shamfa Kojo Lewis. There is no doubt in my mind, and I'm sure there is no doubt in your mind, that the PNM has delivered. April 28th, make no mistake. Put your X by the Balize. Put your X by Ayanna Webster Roy in Tobago East. And put your X by Shamfa Kojo Lewis in the West, brothers and sisters. Make no mistake. You know, we do things a little different sometimes in the People's National Movement and in Tobago East. And we're going to do something special this afternoon for the introduction of the candidate for Tobago East. So at this time, I want you to make some noise, give some PNM love to Kiona, Keiko, and Kamali as they come to introduce their mother to you.
PNM. this. Hey, we got this. Hey, hey, hey.
PNM, 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 PNM.
I cannot wait for election morning. Tell them why. Tell them.
Good afternoon, PNM family.
PNM, PNM, PNM.
Please allow me to stand on the existing protocols already acknowledged. It is both an honor and a deep privilege for me to introduce our next speaker. Many of you know her as the MP for Tobago East, but she is also a country girl, a boss chef, a friend to many, and our mother.
PNM, PNM. PNM, PNM. PNM.
She takes deep pride in her work and has committed herself fully to the service of her constituency and to the broader development of our nation. She first came into the public eye in 2015, and she has proven herself to be a hard worker. She travels between Trinidad and Tobago numerous times a week to ensure that the people of Tobago East have a voice. And yet, she always makes time for us when we need her the most. She has proven time and time again that she is more than capable of being our MP. She shows that leadership is not just about power, but it is also about grace, forgiveness, purpose, communication, integrity, and most importantly, honesty. And she does this with an unwavering strength and a heart full of care. Please join me in warmly welcoming a woman of true dedication, resilience, and love for her people, the current and next Member of Parliament for Tobago East, Ayana Westwood.
PNM, 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 PNM.
I cannot wait for election morning. Tell them why. I depend down to me elbow, darling. From stateside to Canaan, we're making it through this moment. You are the reason. Higher than higher heights is our limit. Though we ain't reaching. No one behind we will not desert you. Come on, protect the future. I know we can do this thing. Yeah. So right now, let me fix up. Come on, now let me link up. Bring up and let me build up. Tobago as one.
Brother Army, good evening.
PNM, PNM, PNM.
PNM people, good evening.
PNM,
Tobago East family, good evening. My Tobago West family, good evening.
PNM, PNM.
My political leader, Dr. the Honorable Keith Christopher Rowley.
PNM.
Deputy political leader of the Tobago, of the party and the Tobago Council, Mr. Ansel Dennis.
PNM.
My sister in service, the Honorable Shamfa Kojo Lewis, next Member of Parliament for Tobago West. One is enough, Minority Leader Calvin Morris. My fellow Roxborough girl, a young lady in whom I'm well pleased, Shanae, good evening. I didn't expect my children to come up and endorse me. And that was a humbling experience. To see the three children in Trinidad and Tobago who would have sacrificed their mom the most, who would have given up time with their mom the most, come and endorse me for another term. That is the greatest honor and blessing. PNM people, on many occasions I've been asked, why are you still fighting up Ayana? Why are you still putting yourself through this? And I often tell people, I'm not doing it for me. I'm not doing it for fame. I'm not even doing it because of the party. I'm doing it for the children of Trinidad and Tobago. And just like Mr. London would have sacrificed years with his children, just like Mr. Calendar would have sacrificed years with his children, just like I saw my political leader sacrifice years with his children for the greater good of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, for the greater good of every boy and every girl in Trinidad and Tobago.
PNM.
I would continue to stand in the gap. I will continue to fight. I would continue to deliver, because I know that in Ayana Webster Roy, you can find a representative, a leader you can trust. You can find a representative, a leader you can depend on. You can find a representative and a leader that will deliver. You can find real representation with real results. And a real Tobago woman with real values and real character. Who on every occasion stood in the gap, not only for the people of Tobago East, but for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And while I've been walking the streets, while I've been climbing the hills, while I've been going through the alleyways, people have been saying to me, Ayana, we like you, but why the PNM? Ayana, we trust you, but why the PNM? And I could stand on this platform this evening and tell you the People's National Movement would always be my choice, would always be the party PNM. I would choose PNM. To govern my children.
PNM.
Because the People's National Movement has always been that solid, stable institution, always placing the people of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago above party, above politics, and above our own desires. The People's National Movement, this faithful institution that took us out of colonialism and built the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. The People's National Movement that gave my father the opportunity to get an education. The People's National Movement that ensured that my mother was able to deliver her children and to deliver them in proper hospitals. The People's National Movement that ensured that when I needed the opportunities to grow and to thrive, the opportunities were made available to me and all the people of Tobago and Trinidad and Tobago. The People's National Movement, while some Tobagonians were saying, we're not ready enough for development, we can't take a highway, we can't take the big buildings, the same PNM that had faith in the island and the people of Tobago and brought development when some Tobagonians refused it. That is why the PNM would always be my institution, PNM. My choice, and my children's party of choice.
PNM, PNM.
Brothers and sisters, Kamala has been saying that the UNC cares. But brothers and sisters, ask them for their track record of service. Ask them to demonstrate how they really care. I've been listening to their proposed policies, and one of the first things that they said to us, the good, right-thinking people of Trinidad and Tobago, who deserve good government and good governance, was that their way of making the money to ensure they could run the country with their reckless policies and programs that they're proposing is that they're going to wipe out corruption and mismanagement. In my 45 years on this earth, the only government that would have mismanaged the economy, almost carried us down to bankruptcy, was the UNC under Kamla Persad. The only party I know about in my 45 years that almost raped the country and the treasury and leave us bare was one led by Kamla Persad. The only party that I know of in my 45 years that was willing to put aside the dreams and the desires of the young people of Trinidad and Tobago for political expediency was the UNC under Kamla Persad. So they want to tell me, with my good sense, to risk my godchildren, to risk my nephews, to risk my one niece, and to risk my 3 picnic on them and their promises. Brothers and sisters of Tobago East and Tobago West and Trinidad and Tobago, I carried my children for 9 months. I endured labor pains, and I will never place my children into the hands of those who would harm them. And the same passion, the same commitment I have for my 3 children is the same passion and commitment I have for every single boy and girl in Trinidad and Tobago. When my political leader appointed me minister with responsibility for gender and child affairs, he made no mistake. When it comes to the business of our most vulnerable, you see the quiet, reserved, humble young lady that Barbara sent down to Trinidad, when it comes to advocating on behalf of our children, on behalf of our women who have been battered, on behalf of our vulnerable men and boys, the beast comes out. As somebody said to me, Ayana, when you're ready to advocate, I just see a Granny Tayo coming out. And for those of you from Roxburgh who knew my grandmother Tayo, she was a short, stocky woman. But despite her short stature, she was a woman with vigor and strength. She was brave enough to go and hustle to mind her children, strong enough to keep her family together, and wise enough to ensure that her sons and her daughters benefit from all the People's National Movement had to deliver to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. So when they're asking you what Ayana do for you, and they're telling you that Ayana and Shamfa ain't deliver, let me put something on the table. Every time we ensured a boy or a girl in your village got their school books, we did something for you. Every time we bought a hamper for your neighbor, we did something for you. Every time we went out there and ensured that your roads were fixed, your drains were built, we ensured that you got water, and we got you electricity. We did something for you. Tobago, when we get selfish, Tobago, when we get so selfish that you're saying, if you ain't do it for me personally, you ain't do it at all. Tobago, when we get to this place where, unless it was in your pocket directly, you're saying we ain't deliver. When I fed your children and your friends' children, I fed you because they gave you the opportunity to keep some money in your pocket. When Shamfa and I advocated for more water, we brought better quality of life to each and every one of you. So how dare you, Tobago, say the People's National Movement did not deliver? It is the same PNM that gave us the NIS. It's the same PNM that ensured that when you get your income, and if you're earning less than $7,500, you're not paying tax on that. PNM. It's the same PNM that recognized that some of our most vulnerable are struggling because of food prices, that took down VAT to 12.5%. It is the same people's national movement when they recognize some of our most vulnerable children needed additional support, invested over $1 billion in the child care and protection sector in gender and child affairs alone. And it is the same PNM when they recognize that our borders needed more security, ensure that in Tobago they gave to us 2 high-speed interceptors. So how are you could say that the PNM did nothing for you, Tobago people? This election is about if you like Guyana or if you like Shamfa. This election ain't even about Tobago alone. And this election ain't even about Trinidad and Tobago alone. Brothers and sisters, this election is about selecting a captain to captain SS Trinidad and Tobago, to sail us along the journey of development, to ensure that Trinidad and Tobago remains the stable beacon of hope for the rest of CARICOM and the rest of the Caribbean. So when they come in and tell you to give them 2 seats to send down in Trinidad, ask them what 2 seats alone could give we. Because the 2 seats alone can't give we the executive for the government. The 2 seats alone can't give we the majority so that we can get the autonomy in the parliament. And if you take God out of your thoughts and to give them the 2 seats to carry down in Trinidad, all you're guaranteeing and securing for all yourself is 2 backbenchers who, if they get the opportunity to catch the speaker's eye, might get a little 45 minutes on the floor. Or if it's a private member's day, they might get a little play. But if you take your good sense and you place your confidence in Team PNM and you elect Ayana Webster Roy in Tobago East and Shamfa Kolo Lewis in Tobago West, you're going to guarantee that Tobago forms part of the majority. You are guaranteeing that Tobago gets a seat around the cabinet table. You are guaranteeing that Tobago is part of the decision-making process. So don't take God out of your thoughts and say you want to go and gamble away your 2 seats because of mama guy and old talk. Brothers and sisters, this is serious, serious business. I want you all to understand something. If the UNC wins, all of we stand to lose. If UNC wins, Trinidad and Tobago would face a serious economic decline because they don't have a clue on how to develop policies for good governance or even economic development. If the UNC wins, bet your bottom dollar, all the investment and progress we have made over the years for the little girls and little boys of Trinidad and Tobago, you're going to see a decline. If the UNC wins, all that extra investment coming to Tobago because of the goodwill of a PNM government is going right back down Trinidad, all of that cut out. If the UNC wins, Trinidad and Tobago, we stand to lose our pride. When they had a turn under Tanti Cams, she made us a mockery. When they had a turn under Tanti Cams, when we thought that having a first female prime minister would have given the girls of Trinidad and Tobago the ability to say that we are no longer confined to child marriages. That didn't happen. As a matter of fact, when we brought that bill to the parliament, Auntie Cams brought persons to the debate against it. And the only reason she supported it in the end, the only reason she gave our daughters and our young sons the ability to live their life without fearing early childhood marriages was because of civil society upcry because your MP stood up on the parliament floor and debated. Because all my PNM colleagues stood up on the floor and debated.
PNM.
Brothers and sisters, if the UNC wins, we all stand to lose. So don't get tied up. This ain't no election about Farley and no Blue Party, because the Blue Party can't form the government. Don't get tied up. This ain't no election about who going to run the assembly, because you can't run THA from central government or parliament. Don't get tied up, brothers and sisters. This isn't about no black jersey or no flambeau. This is about selecting the right captain to sail SS Trinidad and Tobago to a brighter future. Brothers and sisters, when I scan the landscape, the only person I found of merit worthy of Captain SS Trinidad and Tobago forward was Stuart Young. Stuart Young, who got his foundation of learning under our own Prime Minister. The same Stuart Young who, when Tobago needed someone to come and to reassure the villagers of Charleville that their border security was important. The same Stuart Young who came. The same Stuart Young who placed his confidence in me when I asked him to support the barbershop initiative and to work for the men and young boys of Trinidad who needed a mentor. The same Stuart Young, that able captain with 40 other able seamen and seawomen, we have the skills, the ability, the attitude, and the aptitude to sail SS Trinidad and Tobago to a brighter day. So, brothers and sisters, don't make a mistake. Don't take a gamble. Don't take a chance. Your vote this time is important. If Trinidad and Tobago ever needed a woman to vote red, is now. If Trinidad and Tobago ever needed a man to vote red, is now.
PNM.
If our young people, those of you who are first-time voters, if ever we needed you to place your confidence in the red, ready and responsible team, is now.
PNM.
You can't afford to gamble your future on someone who would have proven in the past that she would never ever place country above a party. As a matter of fact, she said, if you're talking about putting your country over a party, rubbish. You will never hear those words coming out of the mouth of any PNM leader or any PNM representative. Because what we place above self, above party, is Trinidad and Tobago. Brothers and sisters of Tobago East, brothers and sisters of Tobago West, brothers and sisters of Trinidad and Tobago, we are writing a new chapter in this beautiful story called the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. And as we write this new chapter, I ask you to come along and co-author it with us. I ask you to write this new chapter with Stuart Young as our primary author. But each and every one of you, by your index finger, could become the author of this story we call the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. As we look to the future, to a brighter, better Trinidad and Tobago, those of you who are senior citizens, you could look forward to getting a better quality of life. It is our intention to provide for you the support you require so that your latter years are just as good as your former years. It is our intention that those persons who will be retiring from the public sector, that you would receive your money tax-free. It is our intention to roll out for those of you who are ill and who need additional support in-home health care through online digital means and platforms. It is our intention to support those of you who are 60 plus, who may need to go to the hospital and cannot get there on their own, to ramp up support available through Dial-A-Ride. My brothers and sisters of Tobago East 60 and over, as we write this new chapter, we are going to restore your dignity because we care. To the children of Trinidad and Tobago, as you join us on this journey, as you help to imprint your voices on the pages of this story we are writing for the great Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, you could rest assured that for those of you who have learning disabilities, we are going to increase the resources made available through the education sector so you get the support and you get a better fighting chance. To little boys and little girls like my own 3 children who have to face the uncertainty of getting the school books come September, to your mummies and your daddies, I say to you, we will not only increase the number of book grants made available to $30,000, to $30,000 in the sector, but we'll also remove value-added tax off of all school books and uniforms, making it easier for you. So little boys and little girls like my own 3 children who face the uncertainty of going to write a CSEC that might not be working to your best advantage. It is our intention through the education sector to review and revamp CSEC, creating a more modern curriculum, making you even more employable and marketable and giving you a more fighting chance. To the little boys and little girls out there who face challenges on a daily basis, who, because of their circumstances, might be facing mental health issues. It is our intention as we sail SS Trinidad and Tobago forward to increase the number of services available for mental health support, not only in our schools, but to also ramp up the resources already available at the Office of the Prime Minister, Gender and Child Affairs. Boys and girls, we care. We care about you. We care about your future. And we are determined that every little boy and little girl in Trinidad and Tobago will have the chance to live their full life, free from violence, free from crime, and free to realize their full potential. To the women out there who might have been battered and bruised, we care. And as we expand the services made available nationally to help those vulnerable women who are victims of gender-based violence, I want you, the women of Tobago, to know that under Captain Stuart Richard Young, those of you in Tobago can look forward to a better quality of support as we expand our reach into the NGO sector in Tobago, providing more resources, not only financial resources, but technical resources, so that you have the opportunity to live your life without being afraid of someone coming to batter you and abuse you. Because we care. And because we care for those vulnerable women in Tobago and in Trinidad, who, while you have to go to work in the public sector, you're wondering who's going to watch the picnic them. You're wondering who's going to care for my child. Because we know sometimes when we're out there trying to earn an honest dollar, we have volunteers preying on our children. And that is why it is part of our commitment as we write this new chapter under Captain Stuart Young. We are going to make available in the public sector more opportunities for nursery and daycare provisions for our working single mothers and single fathers. And to the men
of Trinidad and Tobago. We value you. We need you. We respect what you bring to the table. And because we value our men, especially those young boys in those depressed communities who feel as though that they aren't being taken care of, it is our intention through our Spice TT initiative that will be rolled out nationally to touch you by touching your communities, touching your homes, and touching your lives in a positive way. Working with civil society, faith-based organizations, and bringing to you the resources required so that you would not fall prey to the sweet words of a gang leader or a so-called community leader. Through Spice TT, we have earmarked communities such as Golden Lane, Mount St. George, Marabella, Maloney, Enterprise, and the Betham for special focus. But even as we roll out a Women, Peace and Security National Action Plan nationally, I want our young men in particular to know that we hear you, we see you, and we will continue to fight to keep you out of the clutches of those who want to destroy your life. Brothers and sisters of Tobago East, my sister in service said it. Elections can only be won on election day. All the fancy speech I could give, or you tell me I mash up Roxborough, I distress Mount St. George, I create Bacchanal in Charleville. All this fancy speech can't give us what we deserve. Good government and good governance. All the walk about, because trust me, for 10 years, me and my sister, we walked the length and breadth of Tobago until some people call me Big Bird. Brothers and sisters, all the campaigning can't give you what you deserve, good government and good governance, unless you bring out the votes on April 28th. So it is imperative that you use your voice. It is imperative that each and every one of you seated here become an agent for change. It is imperative that we all do what we must do to ensure that the People's National Movement remains the government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Remember, I told you, this ain't about the THA. This ain't about the Blue Party. It ain't even about we here in the Red Army. This is about the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago and safeguarding the future of our children and safeguarding our position as a leader, not only within the Caribbean and CARICOM, but globally. This is about setting a foundation that will make future generations smile on all of us as Trinbagonians of this time. So I urge you to go out and to convince a neighbor, convince a friend. I urge you to go out and to encourage the undecided to choose the People's National Movement as the vehicle, as the agent to carry Trinbago forward. I urge all of you to use whatever power of persuasion you have. Use your power of persuasion for good. Because if ever we needed a PNM government, is now.
PNM.
If ever we needed a Stuart Young, is now.
PNM.
If ever you needed a Shampa Kojo Lewis, is now.
PNM.
If ever you needed a Foster Cummins, a Dr. Dolly, or anybody on the Red Army team, is now.
PNM.
So I urge you on April 28th, when you get up, you make sure you say your prayers. You do your ablutions. Brothers, put on your Gideon boots and you're starting to march. Sisters, beat your face, but don't let it melt off like mine. Tighten your girdle and go out there early and ram your ex by the balisade. And when you're done, ram your ex by the balisay. Go and bring 20 more persons so they can ram the ex by the balisay. And once you do that, once you bring your 20, Nadine, and Mr. Alexis, once you bring your 20, and Miss Hines, once you bring your 20, and Mr. London, Mr. Calendar, once all you bring all your 20, and if my mommy and my daddy and my husband, my friend and my nene bring the 20, come 7:30, I must be jamming my way down to come to office.
PNM.
And together we will all sing a beautiful song. Great is the PNM.
Great is the
Great
PNM.
is the PNM. Great is the PNM. And we shall always prevail.
She said, take it easy, I will do the work. You don't have to. We got this. Hey, we got this. Hey, hey. I cannot wait for election morning.
PNM family, Ayana on fire this evening. PNM family, Ayana raise me paws this evening. Put your hands together once again. Put your hands together for that powerful, for that passionate, for that powerful, pour-raising, heartfelt rendition this evening. Put your hands together for real representation. Put your hands together for real delivery. Brothers and sisters, put your hands together for our 2 standard bearers that come April the 28th will return to the Parliament.
Great is the PNM.
They are passionate, they are powerful, and they are fearless. And yes, they're on fire. So brothers and sisters, we have come to a point where we will give you some performance, give you a performance. So put your hands together for Royal. Brothers and sisters, put your hands for Royal. He will bring us some entertainment. Bring the energy, Goodwood. Put your hands together for Royal.
Tell them we're all in. PNM family, we're coming, yeah. Next 4 years we're ready, yeah. Time to ready it up. Time to ready it up. Time to ready it up. Time to take over this place. We come to win this race, yeah. Every green and red, find an equal place, yeah. We winning with Webby, we Shampa, we're ready. Rooted and grounded, we cannot. This is the right choice. Ready? Time to ready it up. 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 Put your flags up. Time to ready it up. Tell them we're all in, yeah. We're friends and we're family. We're community. We're all in, yeah. Put the flags up here now. If you know you're voting PNM on the 28th, put it up. We're winning with Webby, we're Shampa, we're ready. We cannot fall. This is the right choice. This is the right time. Time to ready it up. Time to ready it up. Time to ready it up. Tell them we're all in. Time to ready it up. Time to ready it up. Time to ready it up. Tell them we're all in. Yeah, we're friends and we're family. We community. We're all in. Jump up. You ready to ready it up? You ready? Sure. Hey, time to ready it up. Time to ready it up. Time to ready it up. Tell them we're all in. Time to ready it up. Time to ready it up. DJ, come it up again. We're all in.
Tell them we're ready. We're ready, yeah. Next 4 years, we're ready, yeah. Time to ready to. Time to ready to. Give it up. Check out my place. We come to win this race, yeah. Every creed and race, find an equal place, yeah. We win it with Webby, with Shampa, we're ready. Rooted and grounded, we cannot. This is the right choice. This is the right time. No distraction. Tell them we're all in. Time to ready to. Time to ready to. Time to. Let me see the flag. Time to ready to. Time to ready to. Tell them we're all in here. Let me see the flags on this side over here. All the flags over here up in the sky. Over here. Ready to go again. Ready to talk. Come. You ready? So we jump in. We're all in here. So we're friends and we're family. We community. We're all in here. Time to ready to. On the 28th, we vote in PNM, Shampa, Ayana. We're all in here. Thank you so much. And don't forget on the 28th, we'll be voting for PNM.
PNM.
DJ, play something. Let's play something.
We don't want no bad vibes in the land. Because I Red me ready.
We're going where the air is rare. Tobago East, you ready? Tobago East, you ready? Come on, Tobago East, act like you're ready. Where the flag? Where the flag? Where the flag?
Show me red, everything. Show me red, everything. We taking a chances. We don't think we side. Oh, show me red, everything. Show me red, everything. Taking a chances. We don't say.
Goodwood, stand up. Tobago East, stand up.
PNM.
Tobago West, stand up.
PNM.
This is a moment for a giant of the soil. He is a man born right here in Mason Hall, Tobago, who went from a farmer's grandson to the Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago.
PNM.
He didn't just lead, he shielded this country from global storms, restored order, rebuilt trust, and moved this nation of Trinidad and Tobago forward with bold, unwavering leadership.
PNM.
He is a scholar, a scientist, a statesman with a PhD in geochemistry and a lifetime of service to country. He has walked the halls of Parliament for over 45 years and has walked with you every step of the way. He is the only PNM candidate to contest elections in both Trinidad and Tobago. He is a son of the soil and a servant of the people. From Mason Hall to Whitehall,
PNM.
From the halls of Bishop High School to the halls
PNM.
of Parliament, he has led this country with dignity, vision, and strength. He gave the country stability when the world was in chaos. Brothers and sisters, stand to your feet,
wave your flags, wave your arms, put your hands together, and welcome the Member of Parliament for Digo Martin West, a son of Tobago, who became the 7th Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Our leader phenomenal, the political leader of the People's National Movement, Dr.
the Honorable
Keith Christopher Rowley.
Keith Rowley, go lead with the victory. PNM warriors, with your bodies in hand. We taking back we country, we taking back we land. Tell them we coming, we coming, we coming, we coming, we coming. Everybody get on board with Franklin Farrell.
From evening into night time, it's PNM time. PNM. A very good night to the leader of the Tobago Island Council, Deputy Political Leader of the PNM, Mr. Hansel Dennis, and a good evening to our minority leader who is doing yeoman service for the people of Tobago in the Tobago House of Assembly, Mr. Kelvin Morris. All our party officers, supporters, friends, but most importantly, a good evening to the PNM standard bearers in this parliamentary election. PNM. As I stand here this evening, there are those who would be asking, what am I doing here? Because I have fought this fight with you for decades, but I had office in the party, in the government. But tonight is very simple. I am here to do two things. One is to stand in support of my colleagues, two outstanding members of parliament.
PNM. Great is the PNM.
Who were produced by the people of Tobago, not only for the service of Tobago, but for the service of Trinidad and Tobago.
PNM.
And I also would like to ask the people of Tobago a couple of very simple questions, the answers of which you need to get before the 28th of April. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here in my capacity as the political leader of the only national party that is taking place in an election.
PNM. Great is the PNM.
There are a lot of organizations taking part in this election in Tobago. There are a lot of people taking part in the election in Tobago. But one entity came about because they vexed because they didn't become leader of the PNM, so they go and they form a party. Another entity came about because he formed a party, he won an election, fairly thief the party. Another entity exists because they want to share political power with the UNC, so they became independent, then they became TPP with Watson Duke Party. Now, all of these are good reasons to form parties for these people. But what about you? How does that serve your interests? The fact that all they're spewing is lies and hatred because they have no campaign. And I could tell you, people of Tobago, there's a certain amount of aggravation that is taking place in Tobago that is most un-Tobagonian. I have been in this politics for many, many years until I chose to retire. And the way we did this business of politics and serving the people of Trinidad and Tobago, I could tell you, I led the PNM as Deputy Political Leader Party and Elections in a THA election here in Tobago. During that election, there was a requirement for a debate between the PNM and the DAC. I went to that debate on television alongside Hochoy Charles of the DAC. We got there together from Tobago. And we contested and we debated issues and we had a very lively debate in front of the whole nation. We didn't have agreement on most things, but we were citizens arguing about how we should proceed as a community and as a nation. And after the debate, Hochoy got into my car and I drove him to the Holiday Inn that night and left him to take his plane to go to Tobago. That is how Tobagonians used to behave. Many of you wouldn't know, but I can tell you, especially you, the young people, I joined the PNM 4 years after A.N.R. Robinson left the PNM. So throughout his life, all his political action was in opposition to where I was. He was DAC, he was NAR, he was alongside the UNC, I was PNM. He served the nation from Tobago until he retired as president. And while he was at his home in Federation Park, he sent to call me. And I went to see him. And I sat with him, and we shared coconut sweetbread and tea. And we spoke about a lot of things. So today, when I see some young people in Tobago who don't have a clue about what is happening in this country, don't have a clue of what we've been through, but most disrespectful, over-ambitious, and full of themselves, I know Tobago is on the wrong track. But this is not the THA election. This has nothing to do with who is in the THA and who will deal with the THA business. So tonight, I wouldn't enter the performance of the THA as a discussion for you, because I want you, the people of Tobago, to focus on the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago, because these are parliamentary elections. There are 41 seats in the Parliament. 2 of those seats are in Tobago. Yes, there are those who believe that if they control those 2 seats, they can make deals. But I can assure you tonight that even though they are being encouraged by those in the university and those in the media, that the deals that they're making might make good sense, you, the people of Tobago, I want you to understand something very clearly. You have absolutely nothing to gain by handing the 2 Tobago seats to Kamla Prasad Bisesa and the UNC. Nothing to gain. And let me tell you why. If Robinson, as leader of the NAR, leading 33 seats, could not get the UNC crowd to give Tobago any more autonomy, it will not be had by these people. Not once, but twice the Tobago seats were in that situation. So when you hear Tobago leaders who are making a mess of the THA, telling you that they want the 2 Tobago seats to go down to Trinidad to negotiate for autonomy, let me ask my question here now. What is the nature of that negotiation, and what are the objectives of that negotiation? Because you give them the 2 seats, they have 19 now. You give them the 2, they have 21, they get the government. That is what they want. But what about what you want? I could tell you now as I stand here, the history of this country has already been written on this matter of autonomy for Tobago. Because you, the people of Tobago, young and old, you knew the consultations you had here in Tobago that generated those 2 bills, codified into law, into bills by expert lawyers, 2 of them. One could have been passed by the simple majority that the PNM has. And the PNM is no ordinary party in this fight, you know. We are the only party that went to a convention, received a motion on internal self-government for Tobago, and had that motion unanimously adopted by the People's National Movement.
PNM. PNM.
No other political party could tell you that. And as a result of that happening at a PNM convention, when we got to the Parliament with the 2 bills, we already had PNM approval by the party to support those bills. But we have 22 seats. For the bills to pass, 22 seats could pass one of the bills, which is the one that said what the changes are going to be. How much more authority you will get, how much more money you will get, what the nature of your structure in Tobago will be. All of that could have been passed by one of the bills which our 22 seats could have passed. And what happened? It was passed. The record will show that that bill was passed with only PNM votes. But in order to change Section 75 of the Constitution, to bring the words of that bill and the content of that bill into action, it requires this amendment to the Constitution. That has not been passed because the friends of these Tobago pickup sides have not passed it. And let me tell you something. It is not that they don't know, you know. We were in the Parliament in a joint select committee, having received the bills that Orville London gave life to in Tobago here. When they came to the cabinet with that bill, contrary to what I heard some Tobagoans saying that Rowley changed the bill that went, you see, the shame to say that the bills that went to Parliament from Tobago, their friends in Tobago undermine it. So they have to lie and say they didn't support it because Rowley changed it. Let me put you all on notice now that not a comma, not a full stop was changed in that bill. The bills were laid in the Parliament exactly as they came from Tobago. It is in the Parliament where the Joint Select Committee will now look at the bills, going to pass them into law, and will make adjustments to it. The PNM supported the changes in favor of Tobago. But we are not surprised that the UNC were not prepared to support it. Because what they say to us all the time is that Tobago is getting too much. Tobago already has too much. And this 65,000 people in Tobago, some of you in Trinidad from Tobago, you all are getting far more than local government bodies in Trinidad, which they control. That is their position. And if you are able to ask A.N.R. Robinson now why he, as head of the 33 tree, why he was not able to get any more, he will tell you that they were telling him the same thing. The same thing, nothing new. That is their position. When they got back into government again, and the amendment came to amend the THA Act, what exists now came from that amendment, and that is all they were prepared to give. He was there, and all he got was that amendment. And in the end, when he couldn't find moral and spiritual values in the crowd, on Christmas Eve night, after an election, he made history when he said, I have appointed Patrick Manning as Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. So when these little children who have an assembly in their hand by accident come in and telling you they will go down to Trinidad to negotiate internal self-government, young people in Tobago, these are people who don't have a clue what they're talking about. And if they had Tobago's interest at heart, they would not have done what they did. Because we were in the Parliament. I indicated moons ago that before the Parliament dissolves, I will put back the work of the Joint Select Committee and bring it to a vote. It was there. All of them could talk about it. They could do what they want about it. When it was time to bring it back for a vote, the Parliament convened. We put the matter before the House. The Speaker is in the chair. The House is now proceeding to treat with these two historic bills. What is the UNC going to do? Get up and say, no, we of the UNC not supporting anything for Tobago? No, they only say that silently and secretly. But on that day, they would have had to say something publicly. That's why I put the bill for the vote in the Parliament. Lo and behold, as the parliament is proceeding, Farley Augustine, by prior arrangement with Saddam Hussein, sends a WhatsApp, not a letter, you know, sends a WhatsApp to Saddam Hussein saying that the THA doesn't support the bills. So Saddam Hussein gets up to give the UNC position. We can't support the bills because Tobago is not supporting the bill. That is on record in the parliament, giving the impression that if Tobago was supporting it, the UNC would have supported it. So since Farley sent the WhatsApp to Saddam, Saddam now is leading the argument for the UNC on the grounds that we can't support the bill because the Tobago people not supporting the bill. And that is exactly what Farley did. And today he stands to be damned and condemned for conspiring with the UNC and preventing Tobago from getting what Tobago needed. But that doesn't surprise me, you know. That doesn't surprise me. I saw it unfold in the parliament. Ayana cried in the parliament over that because she thought on that day good sense would have prevailed, or at least the people of this country would have seen the opposition taking a position on this burning Tobago issue of internal self-government. Farley's WhatsApp prevented that. Understand? But I want to ask the Tobagoans again. The election has one more week to go. We have one more week of campaigning. We have been in an election campaign now for the longest while. The UNC Manifesto has been out. They are in your face every day in the newspapers and on television about what they're offering on every issue. They are in your eyes, they are in your ears. I want to ask Tobagonians, this comprehensive list of things to do that is out there by the UNC, what are they saying about internal self-government for Tobago? Absolutely nothing, because they know it has nowhere to go as long as they have anything to say about it. They're going to take off VAT off whiskey. They're going to take off VAT off snow crab legs. They're going to take off VAT off caviar, but nothing about internal self-government. They're going to reduce your gasoline price at the pump, meaning that the government will pay billions of dollars for your gasoline. No. They're going to reopen Petrotrin. Nothing about self-government for Tobago. And while that is so patently clear to all of you, as my grandfather would say, a drunken man on a galloping horse could see their intention. You have jokers here in Tobago telling you, give them the 2 seats to carry for the UNC on the basis that the UNC will give internal self-government. And I'll tell you something else too. You of Tobago, Tobago East and Tobago West, in 2015, I was 10 years younger. You gave me 2 young ladies, one from Roxborough, one from Bethel, and you asked me to look after them in the government of Trinidad and Tobago.
PNM.
They came in inexperienced in government, but highly trained, motivated, and decent. Today, I am presenting to you here in Tobago, not for the first time, not for the second time, but for the third time, 2 of the most qualified and decent candidates in the election in 2025.
Great is the PNM.
I am not presenting you with somebody who figure it's my turn now, or somebody who want a walk, or somebody who prepared to do what somebody else tell them. I am presenting you with people who have taken part in the development of Tobago and Trinidad and Tobago as they develop themselves. Experienced ministers of government. Tobago has 2 experienced young ministers of government in the government of Trinidad and Tobago, and you want to let Farley and others tell you to put Tobago in opposition? That's what you're doing? That's what you want to do? Well, let me tell you something. You just saw the opening of Manifesto, right? I can tell you now, on two occasions, I as Prime Minister was leading the argument in the cabinet to cancel Manifesto. Manifesto Games. Yeah, the games. On two occasions, as leader of the government, when the report came in as to where we were in awarding the contract to redo the track in the stadium, and when we looked at the contractors offering the best possibility and the dates by which we had to qualify and the possibility of something going wrong, that we have the games and the track's not ready, I took the position we had better inform CARICOM that we cannot go forward with the games. Shamfa Kojo said, Prime Minister, I think we can get it done. Let's keep trying. I wasn't happy. I wasn't very happy, I could tell you, because what I was seeing was a disaster. That we're going ahead with the games, and on the eve of the games, when the deadline reached, we would not be ready. It came up again a second time, and on this occasion I was firmer. I am not going to expose Trinidad and Tobago to any embarrassment of this game not being ready because the contractor can't finish in time. And Shamfa Kojo said, Prime Minister, give me another chance. We and Sport TT, we're going to get it done. It has been done.
PNM. Great is the PNM.
It has been done because the minister from Tobago, minister in the cabinet, is a competent, hard-working minister who in difficult situations can get it done.
PNM.
Tobago people following these misleaders now in their disrespectful behavior. Rowley ain't nothing for Tobago. Well, okay, fine, that is me. But when you extend it to Ayana and Shamfa, I'm not going to be defending myself, but I'm defending them. How many years you all heard about Hillsborough Dam? 1/3 filled with mud. So when rain falls, the dam overflows very quickly. But as you get to the rainy season, it's half water, half mud. We had to desilt that dam. And it took the representation of these two people to insist and to get the government to allocate the money and have the project. Today, the Hillsborough Dam is desilted and you have no problem.
Great is the PNM.
We are in the middle of a severe dry season. We have no water problem in Tobago because your MPs, good representation. Good representation. They could bar-talk me if they wish. You know, I was Minister of Planning and Development in 2001, Christmas Eve Day, till 2003 November. During that time, there was still this talk about Tobago needing a hospital, because the hospital in Tobago was an old colonial wooden shed, the worst in the country, and Tobago was always promised a hospital. I met Enrique Iglesias in Brazil, brought him to Tobago, carried him and showed him the old hospital, took him to Signal Hill and showed him the vision of what we want to build there. He agreed at Signal Hill, looking out to sea from Signal Hill, and the IDB provided the loan to build that hospital at Signal Hill. And later on, as Prime Minister, I ensured that Roxborough, at the other end of the island, has a hospital. Tobago has 2 hospitals. But you will still hear Tobagoans saying, Rowley ain't do nothing. Watson Duke was swimming from Tobago to Trinidad because we had no ferry. Today you have 2 of the finest ferries in the world.
PNM.
But Rowley ain't do nothing. So when you hear them saying Ayana and Shamfa have done nothing, it's in that same context. They don't care what they say and they don't care what they do as long as it serves their purpose. So you give them the 2 seats to go in the opposition with them. On the other hand, you give the PNM the 2 seats and your MPs go into the government of Trinidad and Tobago.
PNM. PNM.
And what does that mean for Tobago? It means a continuation of the vision that the PNM has for developing Tobago. On many of the matters of government allocation and government service, there's nothing anybody getting in Trinidad that the people of Tobago are not getting. Whether you're a nurse, you're a doctor, you're a teacher, you're a clerk, the people of Tobago share the same. But Tobago gets its extra development by way of a relationship between the Tobago House of Assembly and executive body and the central government. Where that relationship is good, you get a good outturn. Where the relationship is bad, then you waste time and possibly waste money. Orville London will tell you about the relationship he had with Patrick Manning. And those of us who were there will tell you about the relationship between Patrick Manning and Lennox Denoon. I can tell you about the relationship that I had with Farley for 6 months. Because when they won the election, all 14 of them, 3/4 of them were THA employees at some stage who were supposed to be doing the PNM work. Instead of doing the PNM THA work, they were busy undermining the THA because they wanted political office. They got the political office and Tobago was in danger. I came to Tobago as the Prime Minister, responsible for Tobago. I brought a whole handful of ministers, Minister of Works, Minister of Finance, Attorney General, all them, and I sat down with those people to make sure that Tobago's business is well understood and can be well handled. The contractors who were working for the THA were saying they were not being paid. They were in line to lose their business. The THA was saying they didn't have money to pay them for all kinds of reasons. I intervened with the Minister of Finance and I ensured that Tobago got an extra $100 million to make sure the contractors all were paid and that the workers have their jobs and so on. Farley take the $100 million and give it to 3 contractors from Trinidad and shut down all the Tobago contractors. So when you hear them talking about AI, and AI, I'm not concerned with no AI and no video, I'm telling you what actually happened in my portfolio. The $100 million to pay Warner, to pay Parks, to pay about 4 or 5 contractors. Instead of paying them, he allowed the bank to put them into receivership. One company lost 300 workers. And today, there isn't a single Tobago contractor taking part in any project of any consequence in Tobago. That is what you all are facing. That is what you all are facing. I am Prime Minister responsible for Tobago under the laws of Trinidad and Tobago because I am the one having to answer in the Parliament for Tobago. With all the big and bad they play in Tobago, they can't say a word in the Parliament. I am the one, or the Tobago MPs, who have to answer in the Parliament. So, we need to replace the Scarborough Secondary School. The central government is prepared to fund the project and give you a new secondary school. The Tobago House of Assembly bought a new site in Bacolet to build a school. I, as Prime Minister, talking to the Minister of Finance about funding the school, I went to Saudi Arabia and accessed from the Saudis $500 million loan, a portion of which is to build the secondary school in Tobago. The next thing I know, Farley talking to the CDB as if he could borrow money from the CDB. as if the THA could borrow money from the TDB to build the school. And that wasn't all, you know. Went and had a big sod turning about the school that they're building without one God in heaven sent. But for sure, have big sod turning. Where is the school? Where is the contract? Where is the money? But I wasn't fighting up with them, you know. I was getting your work done. So I instructed the Minister of Education, in the context of attempting to borrow the money from the Saudi Development Fund, I instructed the Minister of Education to communicate with the Secretary for Education to get the user brief. Because the user brief is required to give the Saudis so that they can allocate the money in the loan portfolio. Not for hell would they give the minister the user brief until the time for the loan had passed. I instructed the minister again. I said, either write the secretary or send her a WhatsApp, but get something on the record from her about the user brief. All this time, sod turned already, you know. It's only then at that stage that the Secretary for Education deigned to give the user brief to the minister. Because they have this attitude that the central government is their enemy. The central government is their enemy, and they do not want the central government to have anything to do with anything in Tobago. You all don't know this, you know. When that boat capsized with the oil, and the oil appeared in Scarborough and was threatening to foul the coastline, and it started to foul the coastline, the Minister of Education and the staff at the Ministry of Education communicated with the THA. They said, that is our responsibility, or let's stay out of it. That was their initial reaction. And when the minister told me that, I said, well, you get yourself to Tobago and you let them know and put them on the record that the central government is prepared to take responsibility. By that time, the oil was washing lowlands. And that is when the ministry came in and took all the responsibility for funding that project. When the first bill came from them, you wouldn't believe. The first bill that they put in, because the government said the central government will pay for all of the bill came in, and on the bill was 2 Prados. They want 2 Prados. You all can laugh, but this is not funny. So when you hear them going up and down and playing all kind of, you all have no idea how childish and foolish these people are, you know. 2 Prados. And they will come and tell you tomorrow that I lie. If they only say I lie, I will ask the minister to produce their submission, you know. What? You going to clean up oil on the rock in Cove. How the hell 2 Prados get on the bill? So, the PNM, through your representatives, have been able to deliver to you the 2 ferries. You know the same UNC they're going to meet with the 2 seats they're asking you for. I traveled to Australia after I met the Australian Prime Minister in London, and having in my mind all the time the troubles we were facing between Trinidad and Tobago. I sent Dennis Moses, Foreign Minister, to find the Australian Prime Minister, who then sent to find the Australian Foreign Minister, and we sat down in London and discussed your problem. Malcolm Turnbull invited me to Australia to come and continue the discussions to help Tobago and Trinidad. I went to Australia, and it was the second time we were going to borrow money from that Australian account, because we had borrowed money from there to buy the Express and the Spirit, but they were used vessels. I wanted for you new ferries, and we borrowed money to buy the new ferries. As fate would have it, we had just finished paying off for the Spirit and the Express, and were in line to borrow again, so they were happy to talk to us about further borrowing. And at the same time, we wanted 2 Coast Guard vessels because Kamala had already cancelled the OPVs. We wanted 2 Coast Guard vessels. The Australian government had just put in place a new export-import financing arrangement for military items. We were the first country to access that funding. You know, while I was doing that to get those 4 vessels, the 2 for the Tobago and the 2 Coast Guard vessels, you know what the UNC did? The same UNC that want to go down and get the 2 seats to? They wrote the Australian opposition and lied on the Prime Minister of Australia and the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, saying that we were engaged in corruption on this matter and that the loan should be stopped. The opposition ignored them. They didn't end there. They then wrote the Australian Attorney General asking him to intervene using his office as Attorney General to stop the loan that you wouldn't get the Buccal Reef and the APT James. The AG replied to them telling them, if you have evidence of wrongdoing, send it to the Australian police. They had none. They were simply trying to undermine the government of Trinidad and Tobago. That's what they're doing. These are the same people that your Tobago elected officials are trying to tell you to come out on April 28th to vote for the 3rd class and 4th class candidates so that they will win the 2 seats because they have an objective, they have a deal under the table to give the 2 seats to the UNC. The UNC sees the election, wouldn't put up a parrot on a stick in Tobago because they have these jokers here who believe that you are stupid and uninformed and you will go and vote so that they can get the 2 seats and they'll become the government. I want to ask the Tobagonians, when you give them the 2 seats as support for their policies and their program, is it that you are supporting devaluation of the currency? Because that is how they intend to give what they're giving and pay for it by devaluing the currency. Even though by doing so, what they pay you with will sound more but have less value and the price of everything will go up. Is Tobago prepared to stand alongside the UNC as they devalue the currency? As I speak to you now, the government owns WASA, the government owns TNTEC, and the government owns NP. All of them you benefit from by government decision. The UNC in their manifesto and their published position on that is that they will privatize WASA and TNTEC and any other state enterprise that they want to sell. But to privatize WASA, who is going to buy WASA with all the debt that WASA is carrying? Who is going to buy TNTEC with all that debt? So they have an answer for that. The government will keep the debt and sell the entities debt-free. You know what that means? It means the new owner will get the utility and will now have it as a profit-making entity because nobody's going to go and buy a water company or buy an electricity company if they don't intend to make a profit. It is only the government that will have it operating and holding the price down so you don't get the burden. Once they take the debt out of these things and sell them to the same private sector that they're costing every day they're costing the 1% according to them. So who is going to buy the WASA and the TNTEC in the policy where the government keeps the debt and the government sells the entities? That is how they intend to get money for the promises they're making. They're not stupid, you know. When you ask them, how you be offering all of this, how are you going to fund it? They have told you how they intend to fund it. So don't pretend. Don't end up like another country that pretend they didn't know what was going on until after the election day. And then they discover, but the man did say he was going to do that, all he was listening? All that waxing all years? I want to ask the Tobagonians, when you give them the 2 seats, are you supporting Padarat telling you when you get caught and have to talk to the police, that the $700,000 in his account is his mother giving him for his birthday because he's our only child? Is that what you are supporting in Tobago? When you give them the 2 seats to put Munilal in government, where the judge already told Munilal, put in your defense because you have questions to answer. I told Munilal, you have questions to answer about Eden Gardens, where the valuation was 55 million, and you as minister oversaw it being sold for 175 million. $120 million more than the valuation. He sued me and said I slander him. We went to court in front of Justice Gobin, and he lost. Is that what you all going to support? Is that what you're going to support? Jolene John, she in safe seat, waiting for your support to go into government. The biggest racket ever run in Trinidad and Tobago was the Piarco Airport corruption. Jolene John went in front of a commission of inquiry as the minister that was responsible at the time when that racket was run, and said to the commission, in a fit of honesty, said to the commission that the Piarco Airport project was a feeding trough. She knew it was a feeding trough. Is that what you're all going to give 2 seats to go and support? Arnold Roberts started out with $6 million for live sport. When it became a deadly operation and broke open, $400 million, and the police still busy looking after that. Is that what the 2 Tobago seats going to support? I guess it is. Because I'll tell you something else too, As my support for Tobago during my time as Prime Minister, one of the extra support I gave Tobago when Ansel was, I think Ansel was the Chief Secretary then, encouraging Tobago into agriculture. There was a poultry farm in the middle of Mount St. George that I toured. And there was a sheep farm on Bishop Land in Shelvan Road, in Canby Buku Road there. The THA found about 30 or 30-something farmers who they were going to put on land in a project up in Belmont. And they asked the central government for help to develop the infrastructure. The central government gave $20 million to the THA to put in the infrastructure, road, water, lights, and so on. When the entity came in, I don't know, it was PDP, that turned to Independent, that now turned to TQP. When they came in, would you believe that something as vital, as straightforward, as useful as that, they shut down the entire program? Shut it down. Not one of those 34 farmers have been put on any land. The fella in with the poultry farm in the egg producer in Mount St. George shut down his operation. The one with the sheep farm down on Bishop Land shut down his operation. He's now somewhere in the corner of Sherburn Road, somewhere down there. That is what is going on in Tobago. That is what is going on in Tobago. They came in to tell you that the central government, every problem they have is the central government not giving them money. I can tell you, they got more money than any other THA under any other administration. So, you people of Tobago, understand something here in this parliamentary election. You want to play games in the parliament, you go vote for those jokers they put up, and 2 of them will come like James O'Geese. You all remember James O'Geese? Anybody here who remember James O'Geese, put up your hand. Yeah, 5 hands. James O'Geese is the person I voted for against me in 1981. Remember that? Go and do it again. Go and do it again. Go and vote for people who can hardly spell the name. Go and put it there for people who's struggling between green verbs and ripe lemon. Put them in the parliament to go and negotiate for you. The only people right now who are in a position to negotiate for the people of Tobago on development for Tobago is Ayanna Webster Roy in the east.
PNM. Great is the PNM.
And Shamfa Kojo in the west.
PNM. Great is the PNM.
And as the UNC use its votes in the parliament to bury any further development of Tobago's advancement in development of more autonomy, the country will understand that while they're doing that, Tobago's development must progress between cooperation with the THA and the central government, and you get your marina, you get your operationalized airport, you get the encouragement of hotels, and Tobago's agricultural economy is developed. That will develop in Tobago a thriving economy, creating jobs, earning money, and sharing wealth. It makes a nonsense for the central government to want to do something for Tobago, but the local authority stands in the way. Look at that road to the airport. Alongside the brand new airport terminal building up there in the eastern part of the airport was a road to come out at the roundabout there. The central government was going to build that road as part of the program. The THA said, no, we in charge of Tobago. We must build the road. What they wanted to do is to be in charge of awarding the contract. Understand that? That's what they want to do. All they want is to be in charge of the contract. So they go and they award the contract. They award the contract. And they build the road to a point, but you can't go down there to go to the airport. You know, ladies and gentlemen, I don't have to prove to you that the central government under the PNM has been of a great benefit to the people of Tobago. You know that. You've seen it. Time and time again, you've seen it. But this hatred, this group of PNM haters in Tobago, which somehow could tell you that PNM is the enemy and central government is the enemy. I want to ask you again, Tobago, when you give them the 2 seats to go down to meet the UNC, is it that you expect that a UNC government will allow the THA to go and borrow money without reference to the Minister of Finance? Which is what Farley tried to do when he went to the CDB to organize loan for the school. You think any UNC Prime Minister, any UNC Parliament will allow you to go and incur debt without reference to the Minister of Finance? And these are questions you need to ask them and get answers before April 28th. Because they're pretending that there's something to be had. What is there to be had by giving Tobago 2 seats to the UNC, except to align yourself with the most corrupt batch of brigands this country has ever seen? What is there to be had? They're complaining all the time that you're getting too much. But you must burn behind man. What is this? If they're already saying you're getting too much, why will they negotiate to give you more? When they vote down the bill in the parliament, they had the opportunity to give you more. They took advice from Farley and stood up in the parliament and said, no, Tobago doesn't want this bill. If you don't want that bill, what bill do you want? Is it that they're going to come and do over the work that Orville London did and create 2 new bills again to take another 10 years through the parliament to lie about it again? They have no campaign because they have no policy. They have no program. They have no history. So therefore, they have to come and fabricate foolishness to you about going down to Trinidad for autonomy. We have the PNM. We stand predominant in saying we voted for additional entities in Tobago, for additional finance for Tobago, for additional authority for Tobago. We voted for that in the parliament and they voted against it. We are the only ones who can say that. And until you could say that, stand behind the PNM and catch yourself. Putting up candidates. And the only thing that holds them together is bad-mouthing the PNM. ungrateful wretches that they are.
Great is the PNM.
I could go into so many things that should warn Tobagonians. You know how Kocha Charles lost office in Tobago? UNC bounced the THA check. You remember that? Mountain, teachers can't get paid because the central government did not make sure that there was money in the account in Tobago. They had 2 Tobago senators aligned with them. How did they come out of office? Unceremoniously dismissed. You remember that? You remember that? So what is it you want to learn? What is it you want to learn now? Kamala Prasad Bissesa came to Tobago in person. Ashworth Jack have a house up in Mount St. George he can't explain. She walked him around Tobago, holding him out to you as an example. It's only about 2 months ago, the court ruled that what was a loan has not been repaid in another building, and the owner who gave the loan must now take the building. It was all part of the election then. All part of it. That is what they're encouraging you all into. This deal under the table, that's what they're encouraging you into. That if you get into office, you must use office for your personal benefit. I stand here tonight to tell you, when I led a cabinet, I instructed them not once but repeatedly that you are not there to serve yourself, you are there to serve those who you represent. It's all about representation. And the best representation that you have had, that you could have, is the representation by Ayanna Webster Roy of Tobago East and Shamfa Kojo of Tobago West.
PNM.
Anything else is chaos and confusion. Let's assume for one moment that you put God out your thoughts on April 28th and you vote the 2 seats and the PNM lose the election. What is the next development you expect? Do you expect to see the UNC saying, okay, Tobago, now that we are hail friends well met and we are in the same bed using the same pillow, what do you want for internal self-government? What do you want? Is that what you're expecting? And when the 2 seats don't see internal self-government being taken seriously by the UNC, what will they do? Will they stay there and support them as they empty the treasury? Or will they resign and come home and complain to you? Either way, if it is not the PNM, what you're going to get is a double dose of chaos. That's what you're going to get. You're going to get corruption, you're going to get lies, you're going to get disregard. Over in London, your venerable Chief Secretary wanted to talk to the Prime Minister. Look at him there, ask him. Ask him if he ever got a response to the letter for a meeting with the Prime Minister. And of course, he will tell you there was no reason why the Prime Minister wouldn't talk to him. I have good reason not to talk to Fali, but I make sure that Tobago business is not affected. After I sat down with Fali with my cabinet and show him the way to start his government, give him additional money, standing there for Tobago in the cabinet, supporting my 2 colleagues in the cabinet, Fali called a special sitting of the Tobago House of Assembly. Well, when I hear that, I pay attention because as Prime Minister, something is happening in Tobago where the Assembly is called back in a special sitting. Lo and behold, during the sitting, I see Fali put up a video, bring a madman in the Assembly to say that I conspire with the Commissioner of Police and Gilbert Peterson and whoever to overthrow the THA government that he led. And all of that I just told you there was to distract from the fact that the police had caught him in underhandness and they had questions to answer about using public money for private campaigning. After that, I told you all what Duke is now saying. Fali Augustine is not to be trusted. But you learned that statement from the PNM. The PNM was saying that all along, the Manifesto, a whole party. And now Duke is campaigning against these two candidates. And his entire campaign so far is warning Tobagonians that Fali Augustine is not to be trusted. And I'm saying to you, you are talking about 2 seats in a parliament where those 2 seats could decide who runs the country, and you're going to go and let a man who cannot be trusted be in control of those 2 seats? I have nothing more to say to you in Tobago. This is the last speech I am making in Tobago as a politician. I made my first speech in Belgarden in 1980 during the first Tobago House of Assembly Act. That election, I accompanied Bonnie Padmore to Belgarden. That's why I spoke for the first time on a platform for the PNM. And tonight, I speak for the last time in Goodwood. And I'm warning you in Tobago, have nothing to do with anybody who come and tell you nonsense. You cannot say you do not know. You cannot say you do not care because your children want you to care. Tobago's development needs your caring. Tobago's future is in your hands. It's not in the hands of the government, central or THA. Tobago's future is on the finger of every voter in Tobago. And if you use your vote wisely, Tobago's future is secured. If you use your vote to make deals with people who cannot be trusted, then what you get, you take. And as you get it, I know you'll vote for the PNM. I know there are more people in Tobago who will take this matter seriously. I know there are young people in Tobago who want their future secured. I know there are people in Tobago who contributed to Tobago's development and will not see it squandered. And you all come out to the polls. Use your vote sensibly. Use your vote wisely. Vote for Ayana Webster Roy in Tobago East. Vote for Shamfa Kojo in Tobago West. Vote for the PNM and advance your development. And when you do that, on the 29th of April, you will continue the development under the PNM's guidance, and we will all say, great is the PNM, great is the PNM, great is the PNM, and Tobago and Trinidad and Tobago will always prevail.
Hey, we got this. Hey, hey.
He brought you splinters in 2019. Make some noise for final entertainment for the night. The man they call Shal Marshall.
Let me go. We're the family. We're the family. Put your flags in the air. We're the red train, Mrs. Train. Yes. We're the dogs, them. What we say? We're all your day. Yes, more than the friend. More than the bread train. Yes, the fetting family. Yes, more than the ride or die. More than the sister. Bring the flags them up. Let me go. Don't trouble the fetting family. If they trouble you, they trouble me. My fetting family. Anywhere they see you, they bound to see me. My fetting family. And I'll bring the fetting with the fetting family. Who else expect me to be outside with but the fetting family? Alright, twist in the head. In the glass, DJ playing the music sweet and the girl them shaking their ass. Anybody out we and with a behavior, we having a blast. It's not now, it's long time. Low, if you voted for Ayana Webster Roy, put your flag in the air. If you voted for Shamfa Kojo, put your flag in the air. Let me go, hey, and shout out, whoa, we do and no behavior. 1, 2, let me go. More than the partner. Say, yes, my fetting. And I love your bad, but I'm not afraid to say that. Yes, my fetting family. If they trouble you, they trouble me. Anywhere they see you, they want to see me. Tobago family, put your flag in the air. 1, 2, let me go. 1, 2, 3, next you. I don't give up. We drinking rum together, party and not getting. Why? Party time. Hey, party time again, boy. Party flags in the air.
Party time again.
Say yeah. This is PNM country. Boy, you have liquor in the cup, put it up. Party mad up. The amount of bottles we pop. Still the back, I must say. The whole team link up. Know everything sync up. Right now we're higher than a treetop. We gonna shell it up, we never done before. And it's party, we party. PNM party, we love. Party, we love. Party, we party. Party, we love. Party, we love, boy. Party, we love. Party with me friends. Party, we love. PNM party, we love.
24/7 party, we love.
Fight up.
Dance,
turn right up. You don't know we come up to play. The girl them looking sexy.
Well, okay, hands up.
Girl,
Say, I wanna see your hands up.
Come down, brother.
Dance now.
Come down, brother.
Let me see you as a dancer.
Yo, and it's party, we party. PNM party, we love. Party, we love. Party, we party.
Party, we love.
Party, we love, boy. Party, we love.
Party with me friends.
Party, we love.
This is a new chapter. Join us on the road to victory. On Tuesday, April 22nd, St. Joseph, the People's National Movement, will be having a public meeting at Nyabingi's Bar. We're red, ready, and responsible. Vote PNM. Great is the PNM.